try to see what is saying, but as you say, free discussion.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Now you can hear me. This is the plenary, India, Greece, and the World Economic Outlook. And I'm Jessica Cantor, journalist and international communication strategist. And I am joined by these excellent gentlemen to speak about the World Economic Outlook with special regards to India and Greece. With India's GDP exceeding growth expectations and the Greek economy witnessing significant improvements, the economic outlook for these two countries looks positive. However, there are still disruptions following the financial management of the pandemic, which continue to depress global economics, and volatility remains high due to ongoing live conflicts. Will the Eastern economies, especially Indian, rise more than Western ones into 2025? What are the geopolitical challenges facing Greece as policymakers set long-term productivity targets? What changes will the US elections yield? We'll be addressing these questions and more in today's plenary. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And I'm joined by Tassos Anastasatos, Group Chief Economist of Eurobank from Greece, Dimitri Avramopoulos, former EU Commissioner and former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Greece and former Mayor of Athens, Shishir Priyadarshi, President of Chintan Research Foundation in India, and Anil Wadhwa, former Secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs in India. Thank you for joining us. So let's start with having just some presentations from you individually, and perhaps if you want to also introduce yourselves and your expertise a little bit more.
Sure.
Would you like to begin?
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Tassos Anastasatos. I'm the Chief Economist of the Eurobank Group. As you probably know, we're very active in India, and therefore we follow the economy very closely. So I'll try to give some context, the macroeconomic context of the global economy developments, and with some focus to the respective economies of India and Greece in my first remarks, and then I'll leave the remainder for our time here. So the global economy is undergoing a series of very important and very quick changes this time. And this year in particular is characterized by slow growth, especially in developed economies. The monetary policy has been very restrictive, as you know, in the previous years. It has managed to curb inflation, which is going to the direction of the target of 2%. Slowly, perhaps in the next years, driven by a de-escalation in goods inflation, while service inflation remains a bit sticky, and given that labor markets continue to loosen. However, the price of monetary contraction has been brought down the economic activity to a slowdown. The US is now slowing, having coped better in the previous year than the Eurozone economy. We expect the US economy to decelerate 2.5% this year and perhaps below 2% in 2025. In the Eurozone, however, growth will remain very slow, very sluggish, below 1% for this year as well, as was the case in 2023, and to accelerate only mildly above 1% in the next year. And even more importantly, growth in the Eurozone is expected to remain uneven among sectors and between regions. This picture of slowing growth and decelerating inflation gives the degrees of freedom to central banks to undertake cuts in the main rates. And the general picture is that the economy, due to these cuts and some laxity in the fiscal policy, will remain soft this year, but broadly resilient. That is, no recession in both the US and the European economy. However, the picture has many risks involved. Let me mention the few that I consider to be the more prominent. One has already been mentioned by Jessica, has to do with the election in the US. In the short term, we expect no impact, considering that especially the monetary policy has pledged not to be affected by political developments. However, in the longer term, and contingent on some changes in trade, immigration policies, on perhaps tariff policies, contingent on the result of the election, it is possible that we'll see some repercussions in the inflation, in outputs, and employment, not just in the US, but also globally. We expect some spillovers to the respective economies as well. Not to forget to mention that the fiscal deficit as well is expected in the US to remain high, no matter which party is electing president in the November's election, and this is going to have some spillovers as well. Second risk has to do with the limited ability of the fiscal policy to support growth, given that, especially in the Eurozone, we are again going towards fiscal prudence after the laxity of the pandemic period and the new fiscal compact being in place. And thirdly, there are several sectors, most prominently the real estate sector, but not just that feel some pressures. We see increased bankruptcy rates and defaults that exceed pre-pandemic levels in several countries, and this poses risks to financial stability. However, these conjectural, let's say, changes are intertwined with some longer-term changes that take place, and I consider them to be of historical proportions. Very briefly, the most important trend I see has to do with the decline in the relative power of Western economies, in the sense of the gap with per capita GDP is shrinking with comparison to emerging Asian powers, India being prominent among them, and also Western countries being burdened by high public and private debt, by unfavorable demographics, and also by polarization within their societies due to cultural issues being debated, including human rights, immigration, and security. Western societies have to cope with increases in defense spending, which obviously will have some cost in other areas of spending, and trends that pose towards deglobalization, or at least nearshoring. Western economies tend to be less willing to rely on remote and geostrategically unstable allies, and turning towards internalizing production or nearshoring to France, which to longer-term horizon will increase stability, but will have the cost of increased inflation and possibly slower growth. Add to that the risks related to climate change and the costs to the green transition, and the risks related to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence may promise to increase productivity in the very long term, but at the same time creates risks of upheavals, ethical dilemmas, and security risks. Now, the political difficulty of implementing reforms to cope with all these challenges means that the risks of stagnation to the medium and longer term are here present. But it's not just risks, it's also opportunities, especially for countries such as Greece and India. In the case of Greece, we're talking about the economy that is recovering dynamically from the debt crisis period, overperforming the Eurozone in terms of growth for many years, expect to continue. In terms of an increased investment program fueled by the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Funds, and an extensive structural reform envelope that was implemented in previous years. In the case of India, we're talking about a very dynamic economy with a big internal market, reforms, building of institutions, investments in human and material capital, and all this resulting not just in dynamic growth now, but we expect it to be 6.8% this year alone, but most importantly, sustained high growth rates in excess of 6% for the next 2 decades. This is our main indication. So, considering that Greece, from one hand, is the gateway to Asian markets due to its geographical position, and India having the dynamism, I think there is a lot of scope for common work of the two economies. Just to throw a number to fuel the discussion, the bilateral trade between the two countries from 2 billion an average between 22 and 23 is expected to be doubled to 4 billion by 2030, let alone the incremental change to be caused by the IMEC initiative. So I'll just leave it here as a spare of discussion regarding the potential, and perhaps we'll have time to get back to that again.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tassos. Very enlightening. Minister, would you like to share your thoughts?
First of all, I'd like to take the torch from Tassos. He covered the whole spectrum of economy. But let's move now to another issue. I was introduced before. I was, since 2 years ago, the European Commissioner for Migration, Security and Counterterrorism, the so-called Home Affairs in general, and before member of the Greek government in defense, foreign affairs, health, and many others. So today we are here to share our insights on what can contribute in fostering and deepening the relations between India and Greece. Greece and India had always good relations at all levels and strong historical bonds that date back to the era of Alexander the Great. So we're more than happy to host this event. I'd like to congratulate Horasis and Mr. Richter for having organized this event, which is the beginning of a new era in the relations between the two countries. As I told before, I was responsible for migration and security during the last 6 years. Actually, it was the beginning of a new adventure for the European Union, because let's go straight to the point. Today, Europe is in a very precarious situation given the fact that migration and the security concerns had defined the internal relations between member states. I still remember that 5 months after my arrival in Brussels, I was the lucky one, since I was the responsible commissioner, to see firsthand the very first uncontrolled flows of migrants in Europe and the very first terrorist attacks. But believe me, to build from scratch the European agenda on migration and security, it was not the easiest thing. Why? Because, as you know, Europe is not a federal system. It's not like the United States. So all member states still give priority to their national interests. So to start exchanging information on counterterrorism, or to put together the interests of all these countries related to migration, it was not, as I told you, leave it. It works, okay?
Okay.
It's better there. I also would like to remind you that Brexit had as main reason migration. On migration, populists have built their narrative. And as you see, now they gain more ground, especially in Europe. And this is very dangerous for the European project, because the basic principles upon which Europe is built, solidarity and responsibility, are in danger. Why do I say that? Because it was the moment for the European member states to show more solidarity among them. The countries of first entry, as it is Greece, Italy, Malta, and Cyprus, still suffer. And coming to our days, I can tell you that this new pact that was signed in Brussels, given the position, the decision taken by the German government today, put in danger the most tangible example of European integration, which is Schengen zone. If it happens, this will be a disaster for Europe. So European leadership at national and at European level, they have to do more in order to avoid this from happening. That would lead Europe, I'm sorry to say that, to the dark pages of its history, because together with populism, we have nationalism, and this is a very dangerous mix. You can see it in Southeast Europe, you can see it now even in Central Europe. Given the precarious situation on a global scale with what's happening in the Middle East and Central Europe with the war between Russia and Ukraine, and some other hotspots around the world, define the future of the world. And there you can see in this larger picture the relations between Europe and India and Greece, between Greece and India. Now, coming to migration, Europe needs migrants because Europe is an aging continent. It's not the case of India. We do not have young people in Europe anymore. So I believe, and this should be one of the conclusions of this meeting, that an agreement should be signed between the European Union and India, because I know that a lot of Indians would like to work in Europe. And on the other hand, Europe needs all these very well-educated Indians who can really contribute to to the efforts made by Europe. And then we have investments. It was said before, it is very important for the businessmen of India to be inspired to invest in Europe and in Greece. But in order to achieve it, we need a more flexible, hospitable investment environment. So it is our duty, especially in Greece, to fight bureaucracy, which is one of the main obstacles for doing business in this country. This government has done a lot. And as it was said before, the recovery of the Greek economy after the economic crisis is commendable, no doubt about it. But we have to do more in the future. So, by describing the situation in general terms of what's happening in this area regarding migration, we can really discuss it later on. And then we have tourism. Maybe you don't know, but my very first ministerial post was Minister of Tourism. Actually, I had founded the Ministry of Tourism. Greece has a great expertise and know-how on tourism. This can be shared with our Indian friends. There we have a lot of things together. But when we talk about tourism, it's not only in economic terms. It has to do with environment and with culture. All these three elements stick together in order to adopt a strategy for the future. But tourism, as I was telling Jessica before, is also a tool for international diplomacy and relations, because the more people know each other, the more understand each other, and they more respect each other. In this globalized world we live, we need people to start contributing in what we call public diplomacy. This will neutralize nationalist trends. So it has to be seen in a totally different way. And this is something that Greeks have realized a long time ago. So, shared experience in tourism and, of course, tackling migration. And then the last but very important sector. You know, Greece is a very important global stakeholder in shipping. I know what are the needs of India on that. And there, the Greek shipping industry can do a lot in sharing expertise and know-how. But we have to stick together and cooperate in a spirit, of course, of mutual trust. This is the word that will define the future of the relations between Greece and India. We have everything supporting this cooperation. It is up to us now, at all levels, governmental, banks, shipping industry, to start talking to each other in a very sincere and frank way. Greece can be the gateway of India to Europe and Southeastern Europe at all levels. And now, since India is emerging as a global stakeholder at all levels, from a geostrategic, geopolitical, and economic point of view, India needs partners of good trust, and we are here for that. So these are some scattered thoughts in order to start our discussion. And I'd like to thank Jessica for coordinating this debate, and again, Mr. Richter, for having set up this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And you're right, we're going to want to touch on some of those topics a little more heavily later on. Shashir, would you like to share your thoughts?
Jessica, thank you. And thank you to both my earlier panelists. Yes, I am president of the Chintan Research Foundation at the moment, but I've spent about 25 odd years with the World Trade Organization. And I want to share one particular experience in the context of that, which I think could have an important bearing for the way we would like the Indo-Greece relationships to progress. What I saw amongst the 160 odd member countries of the WTO was that political relationships between two countries will open doors. But the extent to which each country walks through that door once that door is opened depends on economic relationships. It is an economic relationships between two countries which will determine the sustainability of the relationship. So yes, you do need the initial political goodwill, but to maintain that, political goodwill will not be enough, and you will need a sustained economic relationships. Now, if you look at it, and both are necessary conditions, you know, one can't do without the other. Politically, yes, we've been all talking about the relationship that India and Greece have had for decades. But I do not think there is any doubt that the kind of level of political camaraderie, the political friendship that exists at the moment between the two countries has not existed before. You know, again, since yesterday we've heard the fact about this, you know, the visits of the two heads of state. I have a very, very experienced ambassador, Indian ambassador on the right, so he'll correct me, but I do not think, at least I don't recall, ever in the past that in 6 months, heads of states individually have visited each other. You know, August 2023 to February 2024, we had it. But the point that I would really like to, you know, draw your attention to, and that's what probably we diplomats are trained to do, to read what is said in a speech, but to also read what is not said in a speech. And I did go over what the Greek Prime Minister said on both occasions. In August 2023, when the Indian Prime Minister was here, and I quote just one bit of what he said, he talked about intensifying the transnational economic contact. Sure, you're building the place, you do need this transnational economic contact. He talked about the FTA between Greece and Europe. But importantly, as you've just said, he also said that Greece can become the economic, energy and trade bridge, interestingly, he said, between 3 continents. So he was not just referring to Asia and Europe, he was probably also referring to Africa in a way, that this could also be. Did he talk about IMEC in that statement of his? He did not. And now you fast forward about 6 months, when the Greek Prime Minister visits India in February of 2024, he specifically speaks about IMEC. So obviously things have distinctly moved, because at that point of time, you know, just that being the gateway, what was mentioned, has now transformed into saying that Greece can actually be India's gateway to Europe in the context of IMEC. And Jessica, the reason I raise this as the first point is since yesterday, in fact, there was a preliminary plenary session yesterday also, in which I think all the 5 speakers talked of IMEC. Mm-hmm. Now, there is a lot of positivity, there is a lot of positive feeling and intention towards IMEC, but it also comes with a catch. This has raised expectations of delivery. We may have the sustained period of, you know, feeling, yes, IMEC would open corridors and ensure that the Greek and Indian relationship go on to a next level, but unless and until IMEC delivers very quickly. So in the context of IMEC, you probably not only need to harvest, as they call, the low-hanging fruits, but you've got to combine it also with the highest yielding fruits. It's not just low-hanging fruits. You probably got to combine it. And I think one of the factors, or probably 2, that were mentioned, and maybe I can talk about it now or later, ports and people. I'm calling them together, ports and people. Ports, I mentioned very briefly yesterday also, really have to be looked at not as just part of logistic corridors, but genuinely as centers of economic development. And within ports, Jessica, what I have would like to share is every single port, in my view, really needs to be a hub of 4 elements. You need to have these 4 elements in any port, whether in India, whether en route, whether in Greece, whether even in Italy, which is one of the signatories of IMEC. It needs to be a logistic hub. Absolutely clear about that. So there needs to be a port, there needs to be railway lines, there'll obviously be connection to the highways. It will open up the hinterland. But in addition to the logistic hub, it also needs to be an energy hub. Because any port today, especially as part of a corridor, has to be relevant 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And it has to provide an energy corridor too. The important point about an energy corridor is that very often the countries which are part of a corridor have their peak requirements of energy at different times. So energy corridor is probably one corridor which during the course of 24 hours will see a two-way traffic. So if you had renewable energy plants next to it, because energy is not just going to be the traditional fossil fuel, it's obviously got to be renewable. And if it's got to be renewable, then you've also got to think of electrolyzers and green hydrogen. Then you've also got to think of greening the port and greening the ships which pass through the port. So the second is obviously the energy hub. Technology hub. Every single port's got to be devised for the future. The kind of AI technology, every kind of technology we use in port operations, and India is doing that. India is doing it in one of its western ports, which is probably the largest port. But finally, and I think that's the point that was being made in the context of migration, these ports have also got to be people's hub. Firstly, for people living there. Till you do not ensure that these are completely, fully functional and comfortable townships, you're not going to get people. But migration would be a very, very important factor in ensuring, again, the long-term sustainability of this contact. And I started with WTO and I'll end with WTO. For years in WTO, countries like India were told, reduce your trade barriers because that would permit a more efficient factor of production to come into your country. Reduce your barriers because, the classic Baldwin theory, reduce your barriers, more efficient production of goods. So goods were regarded as factors of production and countries were encouraged, sometimes more than gently, to reduce their barriers. And yet, when the reverse was put, that also reduce your barriers to the movement of people because they are also factors of production, the answers were much more stronger in the negative. And if a relationship between two countries has to be strengthened and looked at long term, in addition to ports, in addition to corridors, in addition to finance, we also got to get people's mobility. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Shishir. And yes, let's talk a lot more about IMAC and a lot of its challenges and solutions, but you've brought up a lot of really amazing points right there. Anil, would you like to share your thoughts?
Thank you very much. It's an advantage sometimes to speak at the end because a lot of points have been thrown up, and I think I'll fill all the gaps which I feel are there, which remain, and something which needs to be discussed also in detail. First of all, the economies of both India and Greece, of course, it's a given that they're on the upswing. There's a lot of confidence in India, mainly because of the fact that there is an expectation of better growth in future. That's based on some concrete reforms that have taken place, especially in the digital field, bringing down the costs of trade, and also making sure that there's a lot of emphasis on skilling and infrastructure. And I think the infrastructure part of it is driving a lot of growth in India today. But just not about it, because there's an emphasis on exports, for example. And the figure that has been talked about today, $1 trillion eventually for exports in the near term. For that to happen, you have to have labor-intensive exports going up in a much better way. And for that to happen, again, manufacturing becomes the key. So, schemes like the production-linked incentive scheme that the government of India has put forward now for some years, they seem to be catching on and seem to be gathering success. And eventually, because people will need to be skilled and they will be able to be employed in the manufacturing sector, so the future looks good as far as India is concerned. I was quite impressed by the figures which have been thrown up as far as Greece is concerned as well, because it seems to be a steady growth going forward, at least 2.3% to 2.5% in the next 2 years. And that's, again, a lot of credit should go to the government for undertaking some meaningful reforms. Going forward by 2027, when you have the structural development funds, 55 billion euro will come in. And that's going to add something, 1% more at least to the GDP. But it's not just that. I think in both countries, India and Greece, because of the confidence you have, the stock market, which has boomed. And that regenerates the confidence amongst the people. in themselves and in the country. Now, coming to Asia, because I think we didn't cover that so far, but Asia itself has invested a lot in technology, in e-commerce, and in linkages in intra-regional trade. And they've done so because they saw a crisis which is looming ahead as far as Europe is concerned, as far as the United States, China decoupling is concerned. So they've sought to remedy this by making sure that they have a way out of that future crisis. So Southeast Asia, for example, has invested a lot in technology. And I think given the fact that the region is very resilient, again, it's on an upswing, and all estimates, including the one by Economic Intelligence Unit, says that Asia will contribute 60% of the world GDP in the coming years, at least in this year, and in the future as well. So that's a big number. And that has been brought about also because of the fact that the Chinese economy has a lot of interlinkages with Asian countries. But at the same time, they want to reduce that dependence as much as possible after the moves towards decoupling, which have happened with the United States. And the same goes for countries like India, which want to concentrate more on manufacturing so that they're not dependent upon what happens in China in future. So we have a movement towards sort of self-reliance in Asia taking place, which sitting here in Europe, probably we don't notice. When that happens, you have multiple sources of production which will spring up. And that will give more resilience, I believe, to the world trade and economics. Finally, one point which was touched upon but not elaborated was the US elections. Sitting in India, we don't see much of a difference as far as we are concerned, because there's bipartisan consensus in the United States on the relationship with India. So whichever candidate sits in the White House won't make much of a difference to us because of that reason. But here in Europe, it's a very important factor, because you have the whole transatlantic relationship which hinges on who becomes president in the United States, and what kind of policies are adopted, where there is friction going forward between Europe and United States. That's extremely important. And will have a whole lot of cascading effect on your politics and trade and the stance that countries in Europe take, or Europe in general takes, on some very important issues, especially the conflict, for example, which is going on in Ukraine. I don't see any of these conflicts, frankly, lasting too long, which is again a different perspective from Asia than it is in Europe. Because from sitting here in Europe, one looks at it from the perspective of a near-term solution not being possible. But we in Asia feel that, eventually, because it's having such a cascading effect on different continents around the world, that there's a lot of pressure to end these conflicts as soon as possible. And that's also our hope. And if that happens, then of course, the world economy will go back on track sooner rather than later. Sorry, one last point which I forgot to mention was about the IMEC, because we touched upon that, and Shishir explained that quite clearly as far as the importance of ports and infrastructure is concerned. IMEC is not just about ports, though, because it's about also, as he explained, green hydrogen, but more importantly, a digital connect between Asia, Middle East, and Europe. And along with that, there's also an electricity and power connect, which is going to happen. Plus, when you connect the ports, as Shishir pointed out, you have also railway lines to be developed. They do exist in certain sectors, in the eastern sector, not so much in the northern sector, for example. So there are a lot of challenges going forward. And now I come to the challenges both for IMEC and also for the economy in Asia, for example. First of all, for the IMEC, you have to make sure that you have 8 billion euro to finance these projects. Where is it going to come from? And look at our colleagues from Eurobank for that. How is it going to happen? So countries have to sit down and brainstorm over it. We missed the deadline for IMEC because it's supposed to happen within 60 days of the project being announced, which was announced at the G20. And obviously that happened because of the crisis which was happening in Europe, and again the war which broke out in Gaza. So at the moment, the Israelis cannot contribute much by way of ideas or anything else, but preparations have to go on. And preparations have to go on between India and Greece in particular. Now, coming to the challenges in Asia, you have climate change for biggest challenge. Skilling is another challenge. And making sure that people are gainfully employed is the last challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. You all bring up such excellent perspectives and a lot of very important context to continue this conversation. And you've spoken respectively about Greece and India a little bit secular, but I want to bridge that conversation right now and talk about how currently are the Indian and Greek economies working together actively? And for 2025, are there any specific challenges that need to be overcome in order for continued success? To anyone, please.
All together is impossible.
All at the same time, please. No, open question to anyone.
Well, let me make some remarks on that. Definitely, the relations between India and Greece have been elevated during the last 2 years. The joint declaration was signed in India, paved the way for more cooperation in the future. But we have to make it more tangible and clear and concrete. And this relationship should not be influenced by other developments on a global scale. It has to be bilateral, but at the same time, it has to be somehow the door for India to come closer and deeper to Europe. So far, only China has made it with some of the European countries. We do not see China as a rival. On the contrary, we have our eyes and our minds open towards the world. I said at the beginning during my introductory remarks that we live in a globalized world. But coming back to our issue, the fact that we are here today, the fact that we give a follow-up to the very first conclusions of our bilateral relations is very optimistic. But we have to do more in the future. As I said in the beginning, we have to clear the ground in order to have more investments, to share expertise and knowledge, to start building relations of trust, because events like this are happening all around the world. What is the difference between this cooperation and other cooperations at other levels? So, I mentioned some sectors where we can do more in the future. Relations with governments is very important, but some governments, today they are there, tomorrow they're going to be there. We have to make this cooperation more sustainable for the future. In other words, to be more institutional. Private sector can play a role, a very important role, because in both countries, the private sector has developed during the last years. They are very powerful, but the governments should support. Let me remind you one thing, that nowadays, the private sector has money, but not power. The public sector has power, but no money. So how can you put this situation closer to each other? And as I said before, to be more sustainable in the future. So I'm very optimistic, especially in areas like, as I said, shipping and defense. We can work together. I remember when I was Minister of Defense, I had started cooperation with the Indian government in order to exchange what we produce, because at that time we had a very important and powerful defense industry that it is not the case now. We have the ambition to start building it again. But India has a great potential on that. Talking about defense, we go back to what I said at the beginning. What is happening in the world? The world is in deep transformation. New zones of influence have started emerging, and the global stakeholders are trying to do more in this area. You see the antagonism between Russia and the United States. Also the economic, I would say, conflict between China and the United States. So the world is in a phase of getting reshaped. This is where we must poise our relations without being influenced by what is happening in the world. And I believe that it is up to the governments to create this framework and to the private sector to do more in meeting each other. In certain areas, the private sector can take a leading role in these relations, doing more than the governments, because some governments are committed to other international, let's say, relations. By saying so, I would like to tell you something regarding the United States of America. Transatlantic relations between the European Union and the United States are very strong after the Second World War. And Greece's role is very clear on that. We maintain excellent relations with the United States, but this does not mean that we are not open to the rest of the world. Our diplomacy is a multi-dimensional diplomacy. Greece is a small country, but in some cases can play a more important role as it is defined by its size. And we cannot compare India with Greece. You know the anecdote. When a Greek delegation visited India 20 years ago, the leader of India asked the Greek Prime Minister, and in which hotel you stay? It's having only 8 million people. So you have approached approximately right now 1.8 billion or something like this. 1.4. 1.4 billion. And very soon we shall see India overtaking China. But in our days, it's not whether a country is big or not, whether a country has adopted big or small policies. And Greece is very ambitious on that. That's why we have opened this door, and I'm sure it will be fruitful and constructive for both sides. In the areas that I mentioned in the beginning, the situation is still complicated because, as I said, it was the catalyst for big political changes in Europe. But I believe that there, an agreement between Greece and India on migration, and between India and the European Union, and there is where Greece can take the lead on that, to bring in closer India to Europe. As a European Commissioner, I can tell you I have been traveling around the world. I have visited even neighboring countries to India. The relation was not easy. I don't want to mention countries here, but I was going back to Brussels with a lot of flowers, and nothing was done. The difference between, for instance, Pakistan and India is that in India, you have reliable interlocutors. What you say, it is meant to be implemented. And migration is one of the top issues. We need Indians in Europe. As I said before, Europe is an aging continent. We need more and more, but we have to create legal pathways for the ones who want to come to Europe and stop illegal migration. Because irregular and illegal migration has provoked a lot of problems, and the European countries were not prepared for that, because in the year 2015, Europe was taken by surprise. They didn't know how to manage it. Oh, the same was with Greece. But the experience we have acquired during all these years have made us more clear on what we want from the others and what we can do in order to create, as I said, legal avenues for the ones who want to come to Europe. And the first ones that are more than welcome in Europe are the citizens of India, of this great country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any thoughts?
Can I just add, one or 2 points to what has been said? A lot has been covered, of course. But I think yesterday when we were having a panel discussion on the relationship between India and Greece, one important point which everybody agreed with, was that we must have direct air links between the two countries, because that helps both trade, investments, and tourism. And of course, the free trade agreement between India and the EU would definitely help in bringing down the trade barriers. But that's something we have to negotiate with all the European Union countries. It's not in the hands of Greece. Of course, Greece can help a lot in that respect. But air links are extremely important. And I think we covered the point about shipping and also the connection that India seeks between its islands now through ferries. And there, Greece has a lot of rich experience. That's an area to be concentrated upon in the near future. And the third area is that India and Greece, once this migration mobility agreement is through, must prepare for the future implementation of IMEC. And because it takes a long time to actually get into the act, and unless we prepare for it through a joint working group, which is the most convenient mechanism in this case, looking at all aspects of it, and then Greece will certainly emerge as the true gateway of India into Europe.
Can I add something on that?
Please.
According to the United Nations High Commissioner, right now, there are more than 450 million people around the world on the move. Human mobility is the issue of our times. And this era will be mentioned in the future as the era of human mobility. Is the world prepared? Is the international community prepared? I remember I had met the former Secretary General of the United Nations, and he had proposed to call on to organize an extraordinary assembly of the United Nations on migration. All leaders met in New York. A lot of nice rhetorics, nice words, but nothing was done. Still, it remains one of the bigger issues. And we know what is defining, what is causing migration. Climate change, terrorism, persecutions, wars, and dictatorships. And there is the problem. How can we distinguish the ones who are migrants, and they have to follow, as I said, legal pathways, and who are the ones who are entitled to be granted the status of refugee? This is not clear, especially in Southern Europe and in Eastern Mediterranean. Nowadays, we have an increase of flows from Eastern Mediterranean. Flows have been stemmed from the so-called central corridor. Italy is not a destination anymore. But they all want to go to Germany and Sweden. But Germany and Sweden have changed the legal status right now. So they are not as friendly as they were before. What we have achieved here in this part of Europe, and I remember I had negotiated directly with operation, gave results. The flows were stemmed by Turkey for a long period till 2019. But the Europeans have understand that they must continue supporting Turkey in order to maintain within their borders approximately 5 million refugees. Most of them are Syrians and also from neighboring countries. Now we have a new flow from Afghanistan because of what's happening in this country. So the situation remains very, very complicated, and it's not only in Europe or in Eastern Mediterranean. We have refugees also from Ukraine, but also in Asia. You know what's happening in Sri Lanka and the other countries, and on the borders between United States and Mexico. So the whole world is on the move, and the international community is not prepared. There, India can play a role, because it is a stable and democratic country, and this is what is shared with Greece. We are both democratic countries, and we share the same values and principles regarding international law and humanitarian law. But in order to strike a balance between humanity and practical solutions to migration remains to be addressed in the future.
Excellent point, thank you. And we actually have a question at the front. If we have a microphone, please. Thank you. And can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you. I think we've begun the day with a very interesting, insightful discussion. Commissioner, to you and Shishir and Ambassador, it seems to be a belief in many quarters that European Union is part of the problem, not the solution. If you look at what EU has done, energy security heavily reliant on Russia, manufacturing and economic security heavily reliant on China. So basically you've ended up destroying a lot of the manufacturing in Europe, including in the industrial powerhouse of Germany. And if I look at defense security, heavily reliant on US. Therefore, you know, the slightest change in the presidency of US creates palpitations in every capital of European Union. So the question and India seems to be recognizing this, and we are, EU-India FTA is many, many years away. And now we've done an EFTA, which is with a small bunch of countries, Norway, Switzerland, which happened much faster. We are engaging with NB8, which is Nordic Baltic 8. My question to you and to all of you is, does it make sense for India and Greece to be only looking at the relationship through the lens of Europe? You referred to it, Shishir. Why should we not look at a collaboration which has an impact beyond Europe?
Let me tell you, for the reasons you explained before, we have to do it. It's very simple. I fully agree with what you say, but it is beneficial both for Europe and India to start working together on all these issues, the global, regional, and bilateral. But as I explained at the beginning, in Europe there is a problem right now, a deep political problem that has led Europe to live existential moments because of what I explained in the beginning. On the other hand, we had a very stable democracy, which is India. In order to find a platform of communication and cooperation, it is important to have a common understanding of where the world is moving towards. And this is not clear so far. So, first, Europe has to make clear what is its strategic vision for the future regarding the relations with the global stakeholders, including India. And on the other hand, India should continue coming closer to Europe. And actually, this is what we all said before. We must find gateways. Greece can be your porte-parole to the European Union, because Greece is not rival to anybody in the region. We always had excellent relations with other countries within the European Union, but also with Northern Africa, with Middle East, and in the region of the so-called Balkans. And with India, our past has defined historically our today's relations. So I'm optimistic, but on the other hand, I fully agree with your remarks. It is not easy. It is important to know that it's not only of nice, friendly rhetorics, but how can we put it in practice? And this is the role of the leadership at the European level, but also at the national level. It is good to know that from the Indian side, there are very sincere ambitions and intentions to come closer to Europe, because the world of the day after all this crisis will be a totally different world.
Pranjal, sorry, can I just add a bit? You know, but expanding your question, not just limiting it to the way India-Greece relationship, but expanding it perhaps to more the global south and at the bigger, countries. One big obstacle still remains the lack of acceptance by some of the big countries that it's no longer a bipolar world. You know, you've got to deal with countries, whichever partners they would be, in the context of India, but let's say, as equal partners. It's not a traditional relationship where all you did was imported the raw material and prevented any value addition from coming in. I know in one of the papers, chocolates has been mentioned. It's so true. We lived in Switzerland for 25 years. You can import any amount of cocoa you want into Switzerland. Zero duty. Try taking it to the next level of value addition. What's that? Simple cocoa paste. And the duty goes up. And try importing chocolates into Switzerland. Impossible. So, okay, that's history. We need to look ahead as equal partners.
Thank you. And also from the Indian perspective, I think for us, it's important that Europe is not facing diversions, because Europe in India is considered a very important partner for development. We look at Europe as the United States as well, as a country which can help the whole process of transformation, investments, technology, partnerships, mobility, migration, the whole package. And also the European involvement in the Indo-Pacific from the security point of view. India is quite happy to see Europe play a role, and we're quite happy to see a number of countries first, and then after that, a whole European policy evolve over the Indo-Pacific. The reason is that we want Europe to be involved in that development. And so this war in Ukraine has actually diverted Europe's attention from what could have been a very quick solution in some cases to this partnership with Europe, especially the investments in infrastructure in India, for example. Companies in Europe who would have otherwise paid much more attention to that aspect are now looking at what's happening within Europe itself. And the FTA negotiations also obviously got impacted a little bit about how the future will look like for Europe and how long will the war in Ukraine continue. So it's in all our interest to actually see that the conflict ends as soon as possible.
Thank you, everyone. Tassos, any thoughts on it?
Just a thought on that. I mean, either we're talking about bilateral relations or we're talking about a multilateral project as IMEC is, for example. Apart from the strategic intentions, which are there, we know that they're there for more involved players, it has to make sense in economic terms as well. We have to remember that bilateral relations, economic relations, and multilateral projects comprise of smaller but big projects that have to be carried out, designed, financed, and they have to make sense, they have to be viable in the longer term. So instead of focusing on perhaps more vague strategic intentions, we should work on a more sectoral basis, on the nitty-gritty of the economic transactions. And let me try to draw a lesson from the economic history of India to make a point here. What made India a very quickly growing power? It was a big internal market, yes. Competitive cost, yes, but these have been shared by other countries as well. What made India a special case was the fact that it invested heavily in its people, in research, building human capital and material capital, and institution building. Starting from the Nehruvian years, and especially after the crisis of 1991, India built democratic institutions, secularization, liberalization of its economy, globalized supply chains. I mean, you have to build institutions in order to grow. It's not just about the size. And I think some other developing nations, but some European nations as well, have lessons to draw from the success story of the Indian economy.
Thank you. Well, we've really, oh, yes?
Can I ask you a short question? My name is Rupen Roy. I used to be the CEO of Deloitte Consulting. We are talking about India and Greece in a business context. So, you know, whenever you talk about migration, the image of millions of boat people arriving illegally to a shore raises a political backlash. And economists will say that, okay, if I allow your goods to come in, why would you not allow my people to go in? I think that is not the issue. In India also, we oppose illegal immigration from Bangladesh or Rohingyas from Burma. So I don't think millions of Indians are trying to migrate into Europe. What we should, instead of talking about migration, we talk about global mobility. I have a nephew who has got a manufacturing of furniture, who has got a Danish CEO in India. So Indians will go abroad as business people with capital, talent, etc. Therefore, instead of migration, let us talk about global mobility of people, both sides. And the second thing I would like to say is that we are, in a business context, trying to see how we can construct migration digitally. India has been in the forefront. You don't need to have, you know, what disrupts is physical people coming into your shows. Instead of that, our entire IT industry is making people electronically fungible. We do the work without actually physically migrating our people. So I think that is where India can also contribute, and we should talk about global mobility of labor rather than migration, because migration becomes very politically charged. Thank you.
Thank you. And you should join the panel right after this, the hidden influences of the Indian diaspora. We're going to be speaking about that particularly, so it may be of interest. And so we really have just a few more moments, and we've really only touched the surface on all of these items, but I want to thank you all for joining this and for sharing such interesting perspectives that are very relevant to the conversations that we're having today. And I apologize, there's no more time for questions, but thank you for joining us, everyone.
Thank you for steering.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everybody. And it is my very great privilege to be here this morning, and especially to have a fireside chat with His Excellency, Minister PTR, I hope, because he really explained to me what is the best way to introduce him with the initials of his full surname. The minister is Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, India. As far as I understand, because it's a state that I have not managed to visit until now, and I hope I'll do that pretty soon in the near future, is the second largest economy, Tamil Nadu, of a state in India, targeting double-digit growth rates and make it India's ideal investment destination. Of course, there are a lot of more things that I can say, but I strongly support and believe that the ideal person to speak about that is His Excellency. And with this very, very short introduction, I'm addressing the question to the Minister for speaking to us for two main things about Nadu Tamil, what it is, why it's just the so important state of India, how it is growing, and then we carry on with the discussion. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you all of you being in Greece, and because India and Greece are two countries with a lot of history, a lot of heritage, and a lot of growing business. Minister?
Thank you very much first for inviting me and for being such a good companion on this discussion, and to all of you who have attended. So I think I might start with just giving a bit of context of Tamil Nadu. It is one of many states in India, but a bit unique. As was mentioned here, that is the second biggest economy. But I should start by saying that we're only about 5.8% of the population. We're roughly 10% of the economy of India. We have relatively high levels of urbanization, relatively high levels of digital penetration. We produce about 18% of India's engineering graduates annually. We're about 80 million people, about $360 billion economy. And most remarkably, 42% of all women who work in the formal manufacturing sector in India work in Tamil Nadu. So this is a quite exceptional state in terms of both social justice, inclusion, and economic progress. And I should probably just cap that off by saying that this achievement is the result of, in my understanding, over 100 years of a policy of inclusion, of ensuring that women, all communities, all religions, were given equitable access to education, to employment, to property rights, and therefore we have, over a century, built the human capital, and we have benefited from two large transitions in India. One was the liberalization process of the 1990s. Tamil Nadu's GDP, relative to the average, soared after the 1990s. And again, the great globalization and integration of India into the global economy. We were able to benefit from having the human capital that could leverage that kind of opportunity. So that's the broad context of Tamil Nadu for those who may not be as familiar.
So, would you be kind enough to explain to us for how many years are you running? Are you really running the state? And what exact, in which exact area you just invest in most of your time, besides the digital transformation of the state? And because as far as They are depending on elections. And sometimes the elections is not the greatest thing that is happening, because if something is really progressing, etc., has to stay and carry on the further development and attract investors, because that's the main story.
Yeah, I'll start with that first. I'd say that you hope that on average the people are wise enough to elect those who are bringing progress. So though sometimes we think we do a good job and maybe we don't get re-elected, I'm still for democracy, even if it means that every now and then there's a bit of tumultuous shifting.
Although you had recent elections.
Yeah, having said that, I haven't lost an election yet, so maybe I'll feel a lot worse after I lose an election. But in this particular portfolio, again, I'll since we have a bit of time, I'll put it in context. We have benefited from almost 100 years of continuity, irrespective of which party has been running the government, has been elected to run the government. That's probably one of the great things about Tamil Nadu, is that from the 1920s diarchy under the British pre-independence regime onwards, roughly the same policies of inclusion, of education, of equitable access, of reservation, of job preferences, etc., have been in place. And when regime changes happened, if anything, good policies have been doubled down on. And I'll give you the classic example. We first started giving free lunch to children who come to school, elementary school, in the 1920s, because we saw that it was two-way beneficial. One, it increased the likelihood of attendance, and two, that it basically increased the nutrition, so people would learn and grow better. And so irrespective of economic status, everybody is getting a nutritious meal. But over the years, then sometimes it was stopped for lack of funding, then started again. But in the many governments that have come and gone of all ideologies, it became from select schools and select classes to all schools, only those below the poverty line, to all schools, irrespective of need, to all schools, and protein by giving eggs. In other words, a country which is not so rich, and so only vegetarian food is given. So over 4 or 5 iterations, the program has gotten stronger and stronger. And this time, our government came 3 years ago. We have also started giving free breakfast, because we found a lot of people, their mothers were not able to feed the children before they came to school. A lot of children were coming to school hungry or coming late to school. So we started elementary schools giving free breakfast as well. So this continuity of policy has been a great advantage to us. In my own case, our government has, in this version, only been in office for 3 years, since 21. From 21 to 23, I was the Minister for Finance, Pensions, Public Sector Enterprises, Personnel, Administrative Reforms, Planning, Development, Economic Statistics, most of the administration. It was vital because I'm a former banker, and because at that time, the fisc of the state had been continuously deteriorating for 7, 8 years prior to COVID, and then COVID made things really bad. So it needed some structural reform in the finance and administration portfolio. So that was my job for the first 2 years. I was able to, with the support of the Chief Minister, make an unprecedented turnaround in the finances, reduce the revenue deficit by more than half. First time in the history of the state, in rupee terms, borrowed less money 2 successive years in a row. So once I'd achieved that, then my Chief Minister shifted me to this portfolio. This portfolio, again, Tamil Nadu used to be #1 in the country clearly, but in the last 20 years, for various reasons, mostly for lack of attention and lack of funding, we have fallen behind relative to the Bangalores, the Hyderabad, maybe the Punes, Delhis, which have invested a lot more into this sector. And that's because Tamil Nadu has a very diversified economy. Of course, agriculture is the backbone for all of us, but we have a lot of advanced manufacturing, automobiles, electronics assembly, textiles, footwear. The trade away from China, for example, has seen huge new investments into Tamil Nadu. iPhone production, sneaker production, we've had huge increases. And we have a very high kind of graduation rate from school. So we have a large workforce. So in the IT-enabled services, R&Ds, Chennai, which is my capital of Tamil Nadu, is still the #1 patent filing office in India by a lot, has been for 25 years. So because we have such a diversified economy, we have not been one trade focused and one industry focused. And in fact, because we have maybe 10 or 15 cities over 1 million people, most other states don't have that. Even Karnataka has maybe 2 cities worth mentioning of scale beyond Bangalore. Telangana has almost none beyond Hyderabad. But Tamil Nadu has probably 15 cities of 1 million plus. So again, there's a diversification within Tamil Nadu. As a state, we're probably not badly off. As a city, we've fallen a bit behind, and we need to fix that. So that's what I was shifted here for a year and a half ago.
As you really right now presented and explained, that great background of yours, and especially having good knowledge of the banking sector as well, is what is comprising the development of this transformation of the state, digitalization, etc. And you mentioned the education, which is the most important. And with the latest developments of technology, and especially AI, that is the new fashion, if I may use this expression, all around the world, because everybody's speaking about AI, although AI was existing many, many years ago, since probably 1971 or 73 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right now, we got, with the development of technology, we got much more opportunities to carry on not only with the education, but with the rest of the system, everything. And another thing that is well known, because I have cooperated with India, I don't know if it was your state or somewhere else, been serving as president and managing director of a multinational company. I strongly believe that you are very ahead of this direction, especially, and involving the culture as well. Now, would you really believe that the developments of the technology will make your plans about developing further and attracting investors is a great support, is an aid, or you believe that whatever, because you are already in a very improved stage?
No, I mean, I think, at least I should adhere to the topic of the original printout. So I can talk about a few things, 5 or 6 things we're doing in the digital transformation and digital investment space, or attracting IT investment. I'll start with infrastructure first. We're in the process, like many states, but ours was a bit delayed in some ways and a bit ambitious because of that, because the cost of fiber came down a lot. So by the end of the year, we hope to have connected all 12,650 villages of our state on a fiber optic broadband network, and to offer to every household in the local villages at 100 Mbps, maybe between $2 and $3 a month bandwidth, 100 Mbps bandwidth access. This is very important to us because we have some experience in the cable TV and TV business. We were the pioneers. We gave every household a small kind of box TV set, and we provide a government-run cable service at a very subsidized cost, like less than $2 a month. And this, we believe, gives universal access. There have been a lot of studies showing that things like domestic violence came down a lot after women started to be aware of what the cultural norms were around the world and not just in their village. So given our experience, we want to have this broadband access because so much of education now is through online learning, and it is beyond any debate that the access to online learning videos makes a big difference than text or web pages or things like that. So I think that's the first infrastructure. The second is that we want our talent to be more geared towards the market. So including in my industry, in my ministry, we have something called the ICT Academy. We have invested heavily in upskilling, reskilling or skilling to the current needs, like prompt engineering, like deep technology. And so we hope that that makes our human capital, which has got large scale, even more attractive because it's got the right skills in that scale. I think the third thing is that we are trying to encourage a lot more innovation and startups, because in this age of technology, if you have smart people and good connectivity, the ability to scale, particularly with cloud services that can be bought on demand, is quite high. So we want to create an ecosystem of innovation. We have startup support groups. We have missions like Startup Tamil Nadu. We have an IT&T hub in my department. But we also have government programs trying to seed capital into historically oppressed communities. I used to run an entity called the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation, which is an alternate asset equity fund. And there we have an emerging sector seed fund where we want to take stakes in startups and finance them and try to benefit from them. And then when I was in finance again, we started something called a Sell to Government Day. So we find startups that have some product or service that the government can benefit from, innovative. We give them an exemption from the normal procurement rules, what we call Transparency in Tender Act, up to a certain limit. And if they can use the government to validate their model, and we can use our order to grow their business and validate their business model, it's mutually beneficial. Then we can also take equity stakes in them. So this is the broad concept. And we hope that if we do all this, including providing incentives, though we have historically not provided the kind of government incentives that Hyderabad or Bangalore have, we are increasingly contemplating doing that. And therefore, we will be able to get a lot of investment. Now, we've already seen results. I took over this ministry last year. Last year, good timing beats everything. The Class A office space, which is mostly IT-enabled services in Tamil Nadu, went up from the normal 5 million square feet of new leases a year to 11 million plus. We see that momentum continuing. Our training departments are getting 3x, 5x the funding from corporates to train on the right products. So we see all this coming together. And I hope that in parallel, we will also use this technology to just answer the last part of your question about AI, to improve the way government functions. Like, I don't know, there may be many bureaucrats or retired bureaucrats in the room. The average ministry in any state or the Indian Union government is running a vacancy rate about 40%. So fewer and fewer people trying to do more and more complex jobs as the population increases, the complexity increases, the needs increase, you have a lot more aging people, you have a lot more health problems. And so it's not viable economically to actually scale the workforce anymore. It's already a very prohibitively expensive cost. There's a study that shows the average civil servant in India gets about 4x the per capita income. In most other parts of Asia, it's 1.5 to 2 times. So we can't afford anymore. So technology can be profoundly transformative, both in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of transparency, equitable access, removal of rent seeking, avoidance of gatekeeping, those kinds of things. And last word I want to say that AI is a big potential. Not so much, as you say, this is the nth coming of AI, but the capacity to process voice really well.
Exactly.
And put that against really large databases and be able to come up with answers without human touch. So I've used this classic example. I say that, 75-year-old person, not aware of any technology, without a smartphone, should be able to call into a government number, say, am I eligible for program A? And with that person on the line, the system should be able to determine who they are, validate their eligibility, enroll them, and ensure that the first transfer happens into their bank account. That's the potential of AI. That's really the ambition we have for how we transform the government.
Thank you for all that. And I'm really very happy that you mentioned startups, because that was my next question. Because startups all around the world today are what is going to create the future jobs. because jobs in the future, in the very near future, I'm not talking about about the future after 10 or 20 years, but I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
The startups, they are going to show to us what they are going to be, the professions that we need to develop, and especially for the younger generation, because all around the world we're facing the problem of ESG and the green environment, etc. And besides that, the blue economy and so on. On the other hand, with AI and the latest development of technologies, the benefit is going to be for the citizens, because all the governments, to my humble opinion, they have to just make the life of citizens not to be in line, but online, which means that they don't have to queue anywhere to get data they need in order to carry on the jobs. I know that India is very progressed on that, there is no doubt, but I believe with whatever, and especially your state, can be an example.
Yeah, we have moved a lot.
To the rest about that. And I'm glad that, and I believe that, and I'd like to ask you about that.
Yes,
within the universities, have you created startups? Have you created this kind of things, or not yet?
No,
because that's they're supporting the university for the development, and from the university is what is starting for the rest of the organization and the improvement of the state and the society.
No, absolutely. But I want to go back to your first question. This notion of life should be online and not in a line. We started with something like 40 or 50 services. Now we have about 500 government services that people can access online. They don't have to come to a government office. They can either do it from their home, their browser. If they don't know how to do that, or they don't have a computer or smartphone, they can go to a service center. I expanded it after I became minister from 8,000 centers to 30,000 centers. We're on our way to 50,000. And you can go and pay a flat fee like 50 cents or $1 or 80 cents and get 500 services done for you online. And eventually we want to go to a point where even those few people who cannot come to a service center, already we've started a few services, the service will go to their house. So validation for pension or delivery of medicine for non-communicable diseases, all this stuff. So inline doesn't work for us. Online is the only way to go.
Yes.
Now going back to universities, absolutely universities are the kind of hotbed for this to happen, and we have the great luxury, we have something like 20% of the top 100 ranked universities in the country, including places like IIT Madras and Anna University. And we have partnered with them. The state of Tamil Nadu has partnered with IIT Madras to set up an incubation center. It's called the IIT Madras Research Park, which is, in my view, one of the best in the world, and some would say as good as anywhere in the world, where many unicorns have been created and where there's a lot of innovation. And you see, what it requires is the mindset. That, you know, I used to visit the Bay Area relatively a lot, and now I've gone back after 15 years. The thing about innovation is that it requires an ecosystem of young, talented people who believe that they are limited only by their own, ideation and hard work. And because the internet allows infinite scaling, if you have a good idea, you can, make it spread around the world. The negative of that is it creates a lot of monopolies. You're seeing, a lot of anti-monopoly action against Amazon and Google and Microsoft and Facebook and all that. So, there's a negative to it in the end cycle. But in the early stages, even a startup with 5 people and $10 million of funding, if they have a really good idea or a really good product, can basically scale almost infinitely. So absolutely, we need to leverage the universities. And again, we're very fortunate that we have disproportionately the best universities in our state. So around each one, we already have some. And it is my vision that we will expand such parks into more places around the state, and we will create joint ventures between the universities. And,
I've got another 5 minutes. I'm sorry about that.
That's what this one says.
Yes,
It says 5 minutes, yeah.
we have somebody here that is telling us, and I'm coaching.
And,
I'm sorry about
no,
that.
No. So, I think, but we also need active participation of industry, because they're the ones who are the cutting edge of some of the current problems. And so a lot of these innovation centers are funded by industry in universities.
Exactly.
And then we do that.
Because universities are very important, because they are the guys at the place where all the research is taking place, and then the investment, the companies, etc., they can use that for the results. Would you mind if we will ask the audience if they have any question for your excellence?
Yeah, for the 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
Is any question? But do me a favor, just a question. Not very long, because we have only 4 minutes.
One small question to you.
Do we have a micro? Is any mic? It's coming. It is coming, sir. Just 1 second. Could you please state your name and where you coming from?
My name is B.M. Singh. I was in the Indian Revenue Service. And my question is to the minister, who I have seen his speeches earlier and admire. You see, you've done a great job. All I can say is that Tamil Nadu has done a great job. I had exposure to the Silicon Valley, which both my sons used to work there. One still does. And most of the top positions have been taken up with people, say, from his state and neighboring states, which is very commendable. One thing I noticed is that the mindset of some of the Tamil or Malayalis have to change, because when I went on an official tour to the south...
Oh my God, you got...
No, when I went to mindset, how will you change the mindset? See, for caste, religion, and region will not allow you to enter some temples. They say,
we got only 13 seconds. Could you please carry on?
Yeah, so I'm saying the mindset, if you can change the mindset, how will you go about doing that? To open up your state to other people from other parts of India and the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
How will you make it a Bangalore?
Yeah, so
thank you very much.
I won't go into the temples and all that, because we nationalized the temples 100 years back, and we probably have better equitable access to temples than anybody. But I'm not saying the problem is solved, but the broader caste problem is less in Tamil Nadu than anywhere else. But the access is a different issue. Because we produce so many engineers, if you go to Bangalore, and this is a very important statistic, if you go to Bangalore, no more than 20-25% of the people are local. In fact, 20-25% of the workforce in IT is Tamil. If you go to Hyderabad, maybe 30% is local, 35% is local. If you go to Pune, it's 25-30. All these other places, they're cosmopolitan by nature. When the investment comes, the workforce comes from everywhere. Even in Chennai, let alone in Madurai or Coimbatore or other places, even in Chennai, 80% of the workforce is Tamil. That's just the market. It's not that we are trying to exclude anybody. Because we're producing so many engineers, the market is such that most of these people don't have to go anywhere else for work. So we have a profoundly different workforce. Now, there are pluses and there are minuses. Most companies see the plus in the early days at least, because attrition is low and cannibalization of staff and wage raises are less. So we have a much more stable workforce. People want to work closer to their home. They're not working away and worried about going back, etc. That's the positive. The negative is that it's not as cosmopolitan. So, we don't want to be exclusionary. It's not that we are a seafaring culture for 2,000 years. We have always had an international mindset. It's not that we intend to keep everybody out, but if you come into a workforce and 8 or 9, and this is in Chennai, if you come slowly south, like 95% Tamil, then you go into a place where everybody else speaks one language and you speak a different language. It's hard to assimilate. So we are trying to find some ways to improve the cultural integration of people, facilitate their rental agreements, facilitate their social activities, make our staff more sensitized to only speak in English instead of, a local language inside the office. These kinds of things that will make people feel more welcome and less excluded. But it's kind of a rich man's problem. We have so much talent that there's not really that much external people coming to work here. That's, it's a plus and a minus.
Okay. This moment, I believe that we finished our excellent
Time's
chat.
up. Okay.
Time is up. I want, from the bottom of my heart, to thank the minister spending the time with us, presenting all these excellent things. I hope that all of you, the people that they are here, we just heard a lot of very interesting things. And Minister, we are looking very much forward to carry on with the cooperation and have you back in Greece. We can invite Frank as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We can invite Frank as well. And both our countries to carry on developing together.
Yeah, thank you very
so
much. Thank you for having me.
And
Thanks.
appreciate it. Thank you. Was okay?
Yeah,
Was all right?
excellent.
Okay. Do we have a picture or something? Yes.
δυο κομμάτια, 1002 κομμάτια. Πατέρα Παναγιάτε σας λόγια και φωνακρίνω, λόγια και φωνακρίνω. Ένα ποτήρλικι κρασί, ένα ποτήρλικι κρασί, συνιάνε σου πίνω, συνιάνε σου πίνω.
Άιτεν παραπέτανεν, άιτεν παραπέτανεν, ψηλά σε πουρανιά ουια μαναμάν, ουια μαναμάν, ψηλά σε πουρανιά ουια μαναμάν, ουια μαναμάν. Чанкия кокина, еще чанкия кокина, кето гудук над маврон, ну я манаман, кето. Κοιτάς, τα χέρια μέχρι να έρθει πρωί, μα ο τρέλος
Good afternoon, and as we say in Greek, kalispera. And I will ask the minister to say that again in Greek, and then our exceptional panelists to say that in India.
Okay.
So we can have both languages. So, Minister, kalispera.
Kalispera, Litsa. Good afternoon to all of you.
Namaskar.
Namaste.
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 Okay, namaste.
So,
Namaste in Greek means here we are. Namaste.
We are all that. So we did a good start, and thank you, all of you, for being here, and especially after lunch, which is great, because if it was before lunch, it wouldn't have been so nice, because everybody was going to look forward for us to break and to go to lunch. So you had the lunch, you are here with us. We have a very, very interesting plenary, and I thank very much the organizers, and it's a privilege for Greece to host the Indian Forum in Athens, and thanks to Mr. Frank Richter for being a real organizer and put all this together with the Hellenic Indian Chamber of Commerce, because they are all together. Correct? Correct. Okay. Now, what we have to discuss here, we have a panel that is going to ensure that our session is so powerful and possible to really to discuss how both countries, what they are doing with the digitalization, with the bureaucracy, with all the things that they are a kind of pains in both countries. And I wanted, I could have a very long introductory speech, but I rather prefer my excellent panelists to just speak more than I do, because these are the people, they are going to inform us of what is going on in both countries. Very quickly, I'm going to present my people, and I will start from the minister. Is Minister of Digitalization and Development, Mr. Dimitris Papasteriou, has a very, very long history in the Greek society, because in his honest previous life has served as mayor, and especially in a part of Greece which is the part of Greece that all of us, the Greeks, looking at, because it was the very first part of Greece that was digitalized with excellent use of technology and so on. He can speak to you about that for hours, but I think he will speak about what he's doing today, not the other things. Now, to my left is Mr. Ameya.
Amaya is there.
Amaya is there, okay.
But we can change it.
Yes, you change. Yeah, the names are there. Yes, so I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to sympathize with me. Sometimes, mixing up with the names. And it's Mr. How you pronounce it?
Vinod.
Vinod. Okay. Could you just say what exactly you are?
What?
I mean, what is your as I said, the minister?
Yes, I head the India SME Forum as its president.
Okay. And then I'll go to the lady, because it's not, you see, the two ladies were sitting at the edge.
Our lives, we are between women.
And you have to notice that. And when you were talking about men and women, etc., There, there's equality.
Absolutely.
So you see, we are protecting the three of them. And we have Vanitha
Datla. Yeah, so
okay, is the vice chairperson and managing director, Elico Healthcare Services India.
Healthcare Services Limited, yes.
And she's going to explain more to us. Yes. Last but not least is Ameya Prabhu.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Sorry about that. Founder of NAFA Capital India.
Yes.
And I'm going to just put the very first question, and I will ask, and that question is for all of you, and you will have as well your opportunity, if you like to say some more about your positions or what exactly you are, please do. According to these beautiful stories to my left, sometimes look at it, although we have Frank to tell us about the time on as well. Let's use about three minutes for the very first question. And the first question is, what level of digital transformation has each country achieved so far? And this is a common question for all of you. And we just pay respects and kindly ask the minister to start, if he likes.
So, namaste, kalispera. I'd like to thank you for inviting me here today. It's a very special occasion because it's very important to discuss with people from India, a huge country with huge history that we really feel very close to Greece. Well, in Greece, despite the fact that we have a very important IT industry, it is a matter of fact that it was the private sector that till, let's say, 5 years back, it was leading the whole trial about digitalization. As you said, Delitsa, my previous life, with my previous hat, I was a mayor, and till 2019, I was feeling that we are trying to run, and we're running on our own, because the state, Greece, was trying very hard to catch us. But it was this government and this Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who from 2019 took a very strong decision because he was a minister at his previous career. He did what he was thinking. He said that the only way to go faster towards a new future for Greece is digitalization. That's why my predecessor, Kyriakos Kyriakakis, started designing all the new route towards digital Greece. And it was the pandemic that helped us and worked as an accelerator about this effort. We saw that it could work, that all those things that in our minds was working, we said that in Greece we cannot make it happen. We cannot break the silos of data. It was just a silly thought. In just 2 years, Greece and the Ministry of Digital Governance managed to be an horizontal ministry, tried to collect all the data from various points of the government. Also, with the huge opportunity of RRF, Resilient Recovery Fund, found the funding for very serious projects, just like, for example, in health, the health records, in justice, the digitalization of all the folders and locations of justice. We started from 2019 constructing infrastructure. I have to stress out that in 2019, we had 0% penetration of fiber optics in Greece, and now we are running a very fast speed, and we have already cut 40%, and we're still building infrastructure. We also changed, and this is something that we can work together, our space policy. Greece, it was somewhere in space with a telecommunication satellite from September, and due to all the very difficult situations we faced with climate crisis, with the wildfires, we redesigned our space policy, and now we are ready to start building our future in space with 15 new microsatellites. We also started with the digital wallet. Now all the certificates, driver license, our identity, our cars, our insurance condition is part of our wallet. It is very important now, day by day, Greek citizens see that digitalization of state, not just a theory in the mind of electrical engineer minister, but it is something that really changes its life. So it is important to continue step by step and day by day trying to bring digital Greece for all of the Greek citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have to just add, as a Greek citizen, that I can verify what the minister is saying is that we, as citizens, we are enjoying. And every day is something different. And I know because the minister is by his studies, etc., and because I know and I have cooperated with him years ago, is an engineer.
Electrical engineer.
From the Technical University of Athens. And always, you know, if somebody has a technical background, is carry on with that, and is a great help. And what I believe all of us we try to do is at the end of every day to have citizens online and not in line.
Okay.
And this is the minister, and I believe that is my question for all that. The question that's addressed to all of you, that this is the aim of every country about the citizens, that if the citizens are happy, they carry on. So I'll, instead of going to you, I'll go to the lady, to the other end. So Vanitha, what is your response to that question?
So thank you, Minister, for giving us a brief background on the situation in your country. And it's a little bit more deeply penetrated in our country, in India, because almost 10 years back, our government decided that we should go digital. And so there was a huge initiative called Digital India, which the federal government really pushed forward, encouraged every stakeholder in society, whether it was the individual, whether it was corporate, whether it was community, whether it was governance, whether it was the government. Every stakeholder, I think, had a role to play in it. So it was building up the infrastructure, it was training the talent, it was also adoption of a lot of the technologies. So as an individual today, if you ask me how has digital impacted my life, for the last 10 years, I've rarely gone to the supermarket because I've been able to buy everything online. There's something called quick commerce, which people have been referring to in the earlier panels, where if I'm at my cooking station and I miss one ingredient, I look up my app and I get it in 10 minutes, under 10 minutes. I haven't gone to the bank for any of my banking needs in the last almost 15 years because everything is done, all my transactions are done digitally and online. So this saves up a lot of my time, which otherwise I would have had to spend in going to these places and getting in line, as Litsa mentioned. So a lot of the waiting time, a lot of the commute time has reduced, and that has allowed me to put that time into better initiatives, into better efforts, into a better quality of life. So I think the bottom line is if digitalization can create a better quality of life for every citizen and resident in the country, I think that improves the quality for everybody. And I mean, there is also less red tape, less bureaucracy, hopefully less corruption, because I'm sure humans always find some sort of a loophole to get into those areas. But this has actually created a lot of fair and transparent means and mechanisms where everyday life becomes more simpler for its citizens and residents. So that's my take on digitalization.
And of course, we're expecting more. Yes. We are expecting more because we're living at the time of technology and AI and ChatGPT, etc., is in our lives We are not going, although AI is nothing new, it's existing since 1971
Absolutely.
or 1973, but right now is in our lives. So we're expecting the digitalization to be more. And thank you for what you pointed out, because it's the citizens every day. And Vinod,
Well, let me put it into perspective a little bit. We're talking about numbers. So from the morning, we've been hearing this number of 1.4 billion people. Now, 1.4 billion people need services. They need support from the government. They need schemes and all the other things that we normally expect the government to provide. Now, how do we do that? If we do not digitize everybody, if everybody does not have a bank account, if I can't send money to the other guy without having 5 or 6 people in between, including contractors and bureaucrats and officers and so on and so forth. So what do we do? Well, the first thing is to clarify who exactly are these 1.4 billion people. Where do they live? Can I have biometric identification of everybody? So we started doing something like that. And we ended up biometrically identifying 1.38 billion people. So today, we have the world's largest database of biometric identified denominator, which is basically this one individual, the citizen. So once we had that, we said, how can each one of these people access the public digital infrastructure that we are putting in place? So I remember when the Honorable Prime Minister came to power, and I think the first or the second week, there was an ad of one of the operators of digital services, and it had the PM's picture on it. And everybody said, look, the PM is already sold out to this company, he's promoting them. Whereas the truth dawned on us later when what we had anticipated is maybe 300-400 million people would go online with this sort of services that were under the net of this digital India. What finally happened was 898 million people were connected through the internet. So we have the world's largest number of people that use the internet, 898 million. There's still some left, obviously, which are in the rural hinterland, those people that don't have any idea what is internet and all of this. We also put in place broadband services, which were high intensity, tech-based, mostly fiber at various places. And the number of broadband connections in India, which can give you speeds as high as 300 Mbps, are almost 900 million. It's more than the number of people that are actually using internet. Yeah. So that's number one. What do you do with this situation that you've created with millions and millions of people on the highway? Like Vanita talked about, you order supplies, so you have all sorts of e-commerce, quick commerce, people germinate and do all of these things. On the other hand, we're talking about a country of close to 140 million, enterprises. Now, these are enterprises that are micro, small, medium, all over the country. Large enterprises in India are less than 100,000. So that's the entire spread. And when it comes to taxation, when it comes to taxing people for whatever they are making money in, what sort of business they are doing, only 1.5 crores, which is 15 million people, actually are registered in tax. So you see this huge gap between the people that are actually registered for tax in their businesses and the ones that are not. There's a huge number of people that are outside this. So what the government does is says, let us help you get money. How long can you operate on cash? So let's help you get money. So we've got this system called the Unified Payment Interface. Now, what does that do? It takes a second to transfer money from your mobile phone. It's actually not from your mobile phone, but it's from your bank account to my bank account. And without the Visa or MasterCard or Amex or Diners. It's a direct protocol connecting your bank account to my bank account, securing it, and sending money. So yesterday when I came, and I took a cab from the airport, and I asked him, how do you take money? He said, cash. I said, and? So a lot of prodding, he said, card. But if you land in Delhi and ask the taxi guy, how can I pay you? He says, this is the QR code. You decide how you want to pay me. So it's just a QR code which is acceptable on GPay, all the other payment operators that are there. Now, what's essentially happened? All of these people that have businesses but do not have GST numbers, we are able to trace exactly what is the amount of money that they make every month, because majority of them are now online. They are taking money through this UPI system. And we have a situation today where we have digital banks and the fintech companies working together to offer lending to these guys who had never, ever even thought about getting even a single rupee from anybody as loan, because they had nothing to show. Absolutely nothing. They were all operating in cash. So that's one end of the business. You know, I'm a SME representative, so I need to put that in perspective first. Now, when we talk about UPI, what sort of volume are we talking about? You see, last year, we were talking about 13.44 billion transactions. 13.44 billion transactions in a month. This year, we've aced it by another 40%. We've gone to 15 odd billion transactions. By volume, we have increased by 55%. So in terms of the amount of transactions, those transactions, when we look at, have gone to over $250 billion a month. This is all happening without a single person, a penny, going to Visa or MasterCard or anybody else. Now, there's this arbitrage. So if we don't give this arbitrage to people, who does it? Who gets it? It's basically the sellers, or the benefit is automatically passed on to the buyer itself, who is paying primarily. So that's one side. Second side, when we talk about, we talked about governance.
About 1 more minute.
Okay, 1 more minute, cool. So we talked about governance. See, unfortunately, the things in India that are happening are so vast that there's no way I can cover it. I tried sitting through lunch and trying to make a list of things, so it's well over 2 pages. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say here is governance. The government put in place a system which said no more buying by tenders and inviting tenders. It's a very tedious process. It takes 60 to 90 days to procure anything. So let micro, small, medium enterprises register on a platform, and whatever we need, we'll buy from there. And so today, we have a system from where the government buys stuff equivalent to $52 billion every year from 1.4 million registered enterprises. This all happens transparently. There's absolutely no waiting. There's absolutely no delay. And the government offices are able to handle this in less than 7 days with the material delivered or the contract executed. So, you know, the way digital has reduced bureaucracy, it's also reduced corruption, and all the other things that are stemming from it. I think when a country as large as ours can do it, I'm sure, you know, I'm extremely impressed by the Smart Cities program, for example, here in Greece. That's doing exactly what we have been trying to do for the last couple of years, and we are quite successful at it. And it doesn't need, I think, a lot of money. I can share with you all of this infrastructure, which is digital, private, and public infrastructure, has been put in place with an investment of less than $290 million over the last 7 years.
I can say that listening to all these numbers, the only thinking I had was that India it's a huge country. How many, what is the population?
1.4 billion.
1.4 billion.
Okay. And that makes me feel a bit better because Greece is coming pretty close to 11.
A neighborhood of
to 11 million. And comparing of what we have been doing and what we can just take from you and how we can have a cooperation will make our job. Minister, I'm sorry I'm speaking on your behalf about that, but as a citizen, I would have loved to listen to something like that.
I'd love to run tenders just like you said, but it's impossible. For EU and Greece.
But these are the things, because if a country achieves all this, that is better not only for the citizens, but for the investors and the picture of the country in order to just go along with the progression. And Amelia, I'm coming to you. I kept you as the last because the next question I'll start with you. So, do you have anything to add to that, or shall I go to the second question?
Maybe why don't you ask the second question and I'll take both together, probably.
Okay, that's saying that, and this way we'll just benefit of the time. And the second question is, what will we be talking about? Bureaucracy is a challenge in every country. And we never, even with your achievements, we cannot get rid of that. Still, we have things to do. What has been the impact of digital transformation on bureaucracy?
Thank you.
And sorry, Minister, but I'm starting the other way. Amelia, you can combine both.
Thank you. I think, firstly, Mr. Minister, I think the fact that Greece has a Ministry of Digital Governance, I think that itself shows the focus of the Prime Minister, who, by the way, his visit to India was one of the most successful visits by a Prime Minister to India, and has actually really given huge impetus to business, trade, interest in doing stuff between India and Greece. And I think, so the fact that you have a Ministry of Digital Governance itself showcases the importance that you are presenting. And I think that, in addition to being the founder of NAFA Capital, and we are an asset management, motor, and other businesses, I'm also the president of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. We are the oldest chamber in the country. And I think for me, I have a firm belief that governance and digitization also has huge meaning when it impacts the poorest of the people. And I think impacts the last mile of society. So while, of course, as ma'am said, and as he said, I think while quick commerce is great, I'm a user of quick commerce, Swiggy, which is a company, or Nike. I mean, we have a lot of unicorns now which are also listed, are great. I think one of the great successes of digitization in India has been its impact on the last mile, on the poorest people. Number one is, today, because of that, you have bank accounts for all. We had something called Jan Dhan Yojana, wherein every person had a bank account. Because of UIDAI, which is a unique identification, apparently we've done almost 70 billion identity verifications in India today. This is when you get a bank account. We have something called DigiLocker, where all the documents can be saved in one place. And today, when you go to an airport, you no longer need a ticket. Or when you load a flight in India, you don't no longer need a ticket. Your face is your ID. You stand in front, you go straight all the way to the plane. So I think what government has done is it has actually truly democratized digitization. And when you democratize digitization, sorry, I have a bit of a cold, you actually reduce bureaucracy and you actually benefit the people, because actually digitization is the highest form of democracy, according to me. And I think being in Greece, the cradle of democracy, being India as the oldest democracy in the world, I think the greatest impact, and I think again we'll commend the Minister and the Prime Minister for focusing on digital governance. I think that's very important. A few points I'd like to add. In focusing on democratizing digitization, India has the largest open API in the world. So the entire India stack, all of what I mentioned, ONDC, which is a stack for e-commerce, BHIM, which is a stack under NPCI, National Payments Corporation for digital for payments. All of this is our open APIs. Anyone can use it. And I would encourage you, Minister, to do the same, because truly these are national assets. And when you give it to your people, we should always give it to the people for free, and they'll make wonders happen with that. So I think the other point is, when I look at the US, when you go for an election, you don't need an ID. When you vote in the US in an election, they have manual ballots, which they go, and then that's all the... No, India has not had manual election for the last 25 plus years. When you have the election within a few hours, and by the way, we are a very complex country. There are places in India, when people go to vote, it takes three days to get in the deep forest, to go. And I mean, I'm from Mumbai, where it's very easy to go and vote, and people are, take it as a holiday. But in these villages, in these remote villages, where people have to brave rivers and forests to go and vote. They vote, and that vote is calculated in less than a millisecond. And I think that is truly digital democracy, that you can bring it to the last mile. And the other thing is, today, because of these payments, because of the fact that we have last mile ability on, so you can go to almost any part of India. And today, and he represents the SME sector, but before SME, we have another M, which is micro, which is the real small business people, a lady selling momos, a person who knits some wool and sells it on the road. Recently, I was in Northeast India, in a place further down from Darjeeling, in the state of West Bengal, where Mr. Rajiv Kaul also comes from, our former president of CII. There, an old woman, she was probably 80, sitting on the road, had some knitted wool and had some shawls, and I bought them for my wife, for my child, for my friend. And I had no cash. I have a problem, even I never carry cash. And I could pay her there. Even in this deep mountain place, we had 5G data, and I could pay her. And this is truly digital democracy and reducing bureaucracy, because this is how you increase incomes at the last mile. And I think that's where, if you ask me, why am I proud to be Indian? Is it my 5,000-year history? Is it my demographic dividend? Is it my growing economy? Is it the fact that today we bring three things, right? We bring investment, we bring labor, and we bring technology. No other country can do that. Maybe China, but we also bring democracy. So I think that's something which is very important. So I'm very proud of my country, because we are benefiting the poorest of the poor through digital democracy. And I think, again, I would really commend the Minister and the Prime Minister for what your focus on digital governance, because that's the only way we can ensure that democracy, which is under threat today in many parts of the world, remains robust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, and with the new technology and the new things right now, I hope that pretty soon you're going to just bridge the gap and get over. And by talking about bureaucracy, are you feeling that there is bureaucracy still and that you have a lot to do on, especially at your profession, but even in your everyday life? Right. Because you mentioned about the supermarket and the banks, etc.
So the bureaucracy kicks in when, especially from the corporate sector, when you look at renewals of licenses, or you need permits and permissions to maybe scale up your organization or set up a new organization. So today, most of the states, and we have a structure where we have the federal government and we have the state or the regional governments, and a lot of the subjects fall maybe at the federal level, maybe in terms of environment, or you have the state level in terms of taxations and the local taxes. A lot of them, I can say with confidence, has been digitized, and a lot of the governments actually have come into power because they have said that there's less government in your interaction on a day-to-day basis. So if you are an enterprise, you're trying to set up an enterprise, government wants to interfere less in that, in the way that you set up your own company. And by this, I mean all your permits, all your licenses can be actually accessed online. You can hit the ground running. You don't have to wait for certain departments to give you permissions. And a lot of the progressive states in the country have won their elections based on these promises. And they continue to uphold these promises by not allowing too much of bureaucracy into these day-to-day operations. Also, when you go forward, when it comes to labor laws, when it comes to talent training, a lot of government initiatives and schemes are there that actually empower and encourage corporates to actually help in training their talent and employees. It helps in bringing diversity, not only to the workforce, but also to the board level, because we have certain mandates in place. I think government has a single-minded focus to enable digitization across sectors and across levels. So if you talk about the SME sector, which needs a lot of hand-holding, we have a lot of organizations. For the record, I was associated with the Confederation of Indian Industry, and we have certain focused programs where we do handhold the SME sector on their digital transformation journeys. So you have a number of associations, a number of industry forums that actually help the SME sector especially to get more digital in their technologies, in their adoption of technologies, in their processes, enabling them to access wider markets, maybe export markets, helping them simplify renewals of licenses and permits. So a host of services can be actually accessed through the digital pathway.
Thank you. And being listening to all that and knowing that you have to go to the latest, to the smallest part of the country because they don't have across the country the facilities of internet, etc. You have anything to add? Well, but again, just
sure.
look at the
I'm going to be
time
quick about
because I have the minister and I have some more
he has
questions.
to speak last on the subject.
Yes, I kept the minister in order to listen first of all what you are doing, and then to carry on about democracy and to expand on that.
Lovely. So, the only thing that I'd like to add to what Amay said and what Vanita did talk about, you see, I said there were 888 million connections. What happened to the remaining? There were 600 million that don't have connections. So how do these guys come online? Who offers him this democratized service? We set up 400,000 common service centers. And these are all in the most remotest of areas, because that is where 65% of the Indian population lives. And they don't have access to all of this. And what do these service centers do? 350 services, right from registration of birth, deaths, pensions, all the regular schemes that are there. And each of these CSCs that we call them, common service centers, also work at the lowest form of government that we have in villages, which is called the E for digital primarily, Panchayat. Panchayat is the format, which is the lowest body that you can get elected to at a village level. And these are all automated using these CSCs. Now imagine, we have ensured that not even those ones that say, I don't use a mobile phone, I don't know how to access an internet, I don't have means to do that. Even to those people, this is accessible. And the fact that I have all of these people that have bank accounts today, which means when I'm talking about schemes, we have 400 schemes where the poor people, whether it's healthcare, food security, multiple number of schemes, where we need to transfer them some money or the other. But today, because it's digitized completely, so there's no local self-government department which is handling it and signing checks or digging out cash and spreading that around. Instead, it's money which is going directly to the account, because we have connectivity which is end-to-end for all the beneficiaries that Amay was talking about. So essentially, when we talk about bureaucracy, the fact is we are reducing the number of steps, reducing the interventions that the government and the bureaucrats need to make in order to approve or disapprove or pass on the benefit. So, which essentially means digitization is a good means to actually cut the number of people that are working in terms of the layers in between.
Okay, thanks a lot. Minister, we got quite an input here of what we are listening. And if we speak about bureaucracy in Greece, of course, it's not what used to be, no comparison. Still, we have some way to go. And of what all of you presented, still there is one more thing that I didn't hear, or maybe you didn't mention it, that there are citizens in the third level of age that they need very special training, although in our country that has started. So how we compete, because the real expression and word is compete with bureaucracy. There is no, from my point of view, there is no other expression but compete with bureaucracy. I'm not quite sure that it will come a time that all the countries, including US, they say that they have no bureaucracy. I don't believe that. I might be wrong.
Well, let's start from saying that bureaucracy is the mother of corruption. And that's why several times we saw in the past that when we were trying to digitize organizations, sometimes we were finding obstacles from the same people of the organizations. It is also a matter of being there and have their organization. They own the data. And what they are saying, I will sit over my data and I will not give those data to anybody because that's why I'm here. The first step was the most difficult. It was to break the silos, as I told you.
Exactly.
The second reason that we have to fight bureaucracy is that day by day we saw that citizens are feeling that the governments don't feel them as part of their daily duties. And there is a distance that gives space to extreme voices to be heard louder. That's why we have to always have in mind that we have to find digital ways to bring citizens closer to our governments. What we did in Greece, it was back in 2020 when gov.gr, the digital gate of Greece, was issued with the first 500 services. Now, after almost 4 years, we count more than 2,000 digital services. The reason is very simple. You don't have to be moved to CSC. As you said, it is the cap. We said cap in Greece. You can do on your own, from your mobile, from your PC, your jobs. And it was gov.gr, the one that kept Greece alive during the pandemic. But now, we are following the next step. And the next step is to find and bite digital bureaucracy. Because what we did, and we were obliged to do it like that because we had to do it fast, we just took a procedure from the paper directly to a digital format. But for sure, this is not the issue. The issue is now that all our systems are interconnected and they speak each other, just like you said, from the one side to the other, just to take a message. And this is what we did this summer with the insurance market. You take a notification to your wallet while it says that the organization X wants from your side those data to finish this procedure or your claim that you asked. Do you consent? Yes, I consent. So this is the next day in Greece public life and public digital service to stop issuing certificates. It's not a matter of being in a paper or in a PDF format. You don't need certificates.
Exactly.
What the paper was in the back, when the data was in a book, the paper was the network.
Yes.
And the data were with the ink written on it. Now you have all this interoperability. You just need to consent due to GDPR, which is very strict in the EU region and Greece also. So if you consent, your job can be done in very few seconds. This is what we are trying very hard to do in parallel with all the other apps that we do, because it is very important. The Prime Minister always says that we don't just need technology, we need technology to solve problems, daily problems. For example, we this year made a very funny but very usable app for the coasts. You know, in Greece, we have beautiful coaches, but we have a problem with occupancy of coaches with a lot of umbrellas and seats. We did a very simple app where a citizen can see if the place where he wants to go for swimming and wants to sit, it's legally occupied or not. But it was the first step to bring technology and make technology more inclusive for everybody and be part of this transition towards a digital era. For sure, just like you asked, we need to have in mind that there are a lot of citizens that cannot use mobile, or they don't want to use mobile for reasons that they know. That's why we also are keeping our caps, the same senders that you have, just to give the opportunity to all those people to be part of this digital era without using real technology. But we have to be not to use Greece of two speeds, but for sure just to think in mind, have in mind that we don't have the right to leave anybody behind.
Okay, unfortunately, Nobody can stop that.
I can do, because
yes,
the girls are my friends.
Stop that because we can carry on for another hour or so. So we have to be very quick for the rest of what we have to discuss. And there are so many things that we can discuss about the subject. I'm not going to ask the third question. I'm going to take it as a statement. And I can say that I strongly, after what we discussed, believe that the governments of India and Greece, they are going to be quite sure that the digital transformation and the new technologies, they are going to be continue driving force for growth. And I believe as well that with AI, if we use it the proper way, even what I mentioned before about the third generation, etc., will be faster learning, and every country around the world, they are in a great lack right now because of the younger generation and the startups. Because the startups, they don't do anything else, but they're using the latest technology and the developments, and even we can start having kind of robots trying to teach all these things. So quickly, 1 minute each, because we have the closing. What strategies are needed to unlock productivity and secure long-term economic growth, after all we discussed, and how India and Greece can cooperate and benefit of the achievements of each other, because we might be very small, but we have achieved some things.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, no doubt about it.
I'm not going to our histories, because you have philosophy, we have philosophy as well. But I'm saying that we have achieved few things. So I'll start with you, 1 minute.
Sure.
And then we look at that.
Very quickly.
1.5.
Yes, okay. From the position that Greece is today and what the rest of the world looks up to, you should be having a digital sustainability hub. It should be a world first sort of an organization which can talk about, which can do research, develop stacks on climate change, efficiency, all of that. So that should be, I think, one of the things that I was talking about. Second is, while in my own session, we were discussing, India did a project with Google. It was to digitize most of our ancient art, the statues, all the temples, and all the other traditional stuff that we used to have. It's still an ongoing project. It's only maybe 10% done. But something like that, where you can use VR, AR, because today, if I go to one of the ruins, I don't know how it was 3,000 years back or 4,000 years back, but we can all recreate it. And you can have visitors see that, and they can pay very
I'm going to show you an app.
Lovely. So you already have it. Yes. Excellent. The other one that I was talking about is a Mediterranean tech corridor, which should connect all the countries here, which could also create an innovation hub, which could also house an incubator. For example, enterprises that want to come to Europe via Greece, because Greece is Europe for us. And if we were to set up, let's say, 3,000-4,000 enterprises here, people would come, get a space. They could also work on research, development, innovation, all the tech guys that we have. You see, a small place called Brno, which is in the Czech Republic, border of Vienna, Austria, and Poland, houses 14,000 Indians. It's a speck of a village. So we can have something very, very similar here. And with the sort of tech expertise that we have, I'm very sure, if nothing else, at least half of the southern India would love to move here because it's the same Mediterranean climate. My 1 minute is over.
Thank you so much. Minister?
So, first of all, for sure we can continue discussing, because we're widely open in collaborations, and we for sure admire India, India culture and India people. I see that there are, in addition, 2 more areas we can work together. First of all, it has to do with cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Those are common challenges for all of us to work together. And the second one has to do with AI. Greece is in a crossroad between three continents, and now a lot of cables, energy cables, com cables are passing or are landing in Greece. We also, next year, we have already our new HPC, high-performance computer, which could be the heart of our AI ecosystem. And we also have the talent, because there is a study that was saying that Greece's scientists are 11% of the greatest scientists of AI all over the world. So if for sure have the will to work together, we have some infrastructures scaled to our needs. We have the data because now we digitize more than 1.8 billion documents. It's a huge amount for us in Greece. So there is no reason not to continue discussing. There is such a good feeling between the two countries. The space also projects are very important for us because now we're building our own capacity. So let's keep on discussing further for our common future.
Thank you. Amaya, the 1 minute.
Sure. So I think a few points which I think one needs to address. One is, Your Excellency, if I may say that we've had a lot of success in India in digitization, in creating unicorns. So I think if even at a government-to-government level as well as at a business-to-business level, maybe on the business side, enterprise, Greece could also take the lead from the government. I think it would be great to see how a lot of our learnings can now be incorporated. So what the Indian government is now doing is we are actually globally exporting the India stack to various countries, and also in Europe, incidentally, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Middle East, UAE, also to Europe. So I think that would be of great interest, I'm sure, for our government. And if you are visiting India anytime soon, or maybe we would request you to visit India, I'm sure that as the Indian Chamber of Commerce, we would love to host you and also set up a lot of your meetings with various entrepreneurs, with various business people. But of course, in government, I'm sure, we have a fantastic ambassador here. I believe you also have a great ambassador in India. And I think that could be something very interesting to see how we can collaborate. Secondly, Your Excellency, I think what could also be interesting, and again, I speak more from an Indian point of view though, is Indian tech startups are now going global. They usually use Singapore as an arm for going global. Some of them use Middle East as an arm for going global. But at least from a Europe and Africa point of view, if you can maybe promote Greece as a launch pad into EU, I think that could be very interesting, because I think EU is, especially now with the EU-India FTA being in the advanced stages of closure. Recently, India closed an FTA with the other grouping, which is Switzerland, Norway, Luxembourg, and Iceland. So I think that could also be interesting. So I think these are strategic plays that one can look at, but I think that's where you and your ministry and the government can come in.
Mandisa.
Yeah.
So a lot has been,
to save the time.
I think I'm the only one who stuck to my timeline.
So a lot has been talked about the population that we have in our country. And in fact, the city that I come from, it's close to 10 million, and that's almost the population of your entire country. Now, in such a situation, we need more job creators and not job seekers. So probably for us to create more entrepreneurs among both men and women, we will also have to work on the ease of doing business index, which we still are struggling to come into the top, not the top 10th or the 90th percentile. Probably if there are some good practices from your government, it would be nice for the governments to share that and to ensure that more enterprises are encouraged to start up. Another area that we can probably work on is there is a skew towards infrastructure more in the urbanized sections of the country. Probably rural, there should be more focus on the rural infrastructure, which, a country like Greece, I think almost 90% of your country is urbanized. So if we can actually get those learnings and ensure that we move towards a more urbanization of the rural areas, that will also have a ripple effect on creating new entrepreneurs or new enterprises. And finally, I think one area of collaboration is, like Greece, India has a rich heritage and culture, and I think tourism has not been given that much of a focus, while Greece, I think, tourism is fantastic, and I think there could be a lot of learnings between both the countries where we could also enhance, and also a lot of cross-learnings happen between both the countries.
Thank you so much. If you agree, I would suggest take one question for 1 minute from our audience.
Yeah, I think there's
You
one
will-
lady already
There's
there.
a lady at the back.
So, just a question, not a statement. And could you please state your name? And we need, I'm sorry, we
Is
need
there any
a
micro-
mic. Because we have some closing remarks in the meantime to do. Okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, so my name is Mariana Wanta. I want to tell a big thank you for all the panel. I want to have a question for Mr. Uthu. In his presentation, he said that a big success of this digitalization program, it was to, if I understand well, to be one alternative, let's say, to the financial system of MasterCard and Visa, and in this way, the population in India, which I visit, I know the country, it is a wonderful country, have more opportunities in business or in everyday life. The question now for you it is, it was a way how the country thinking to push this digitalization program in the new geostrategical system. I know about BRICS and something just like that, because we know that the reality in our history
More than 1 minute. Could you please?
Yes, to make a difference is by the pushing of old financial system in the new financial way of life. Why I said that? Because also
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because I asked you kindly to just have a quick question for 1 minute because...
No, only one thing to say. Here in Europe, we understand the way of digitalization. We like to be the solution against the, how it is the bureaucracy. But another way, if someone put us to put all our eggs in the same basket, we here have the feeling that,
Thank you so much. You take
that
the
it
answer.
is, how it
Who is going to answer?
Okay, it's a question for me. Yes. Very, very quickly, let me answer this. You see, on one hand, when we talk about digitizing enterprises, now we could not have created 800 million card swipe machines and send them to every small, medium enterprise. So instead what we did, we figured out how do we make your bank talk to my bank without anybody in between, where you authenticate the debit, somebody else authenticates the credit, and we just get it done between the two people without a third party.
Exactly.
That was the only intention. There was no motive of throwing out any Visa, MasterCard, or anybody else.
And you can take whatever you have, you can take, I'm sorry to say, offline, just outside, because unfortunately, Mr. Frank Richter is just saying, not 2 minutes, finish it, because there is another panel here. I have to say just a couple of words. I believe that that was a very important and very powerful panel, because I spoke about the real problems the two countries they have, although there is no comparison between how big is one country and how small is the other country. But both countries, they are based on their culture, on their philosophy, and on the way they are progressing continuously, if you all agree with that.
Absolutely.
And I believe, and thank you very much for that, that was a great opportunity for Greece to have this event here, the Indian Forum in Greece, and this discussion, because we exchange a lot of views, and I strongly believe that between the countries, we continue the communication and how we can benefit. I have to thank each one of this great panel of mine, And thank you for honoring me to chair this panel. Thank you very much, and I hope that the audience took something from what we said.
All of us did.
Hope so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well done. This was a wonderful panel, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Minister and the panelists. Please stay seated, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Minister of Energy Transformation and Transition coming in a second, joining us here in the main plenary room. And I would also like to call on Mr. Vangelis Xeniadis, the chairman and founder of WeSquare, to join us on the panel. His company, WeSquare, is very much focusing on real estate, having a session right after, and he's also a dear sponsor of this summit. Vangelis.
Hello, hi, can I please have anyone's attention? I'm Vangelis Xeniadis, owner of WeSquare Development. We have the real estate plenary in Omicron 2 room, where we're going to be having a presentation and extending the possibilities of Indian investors in real estate. So if you're interested in real estate and the Greek investors permanent residency permit, which gives access to 29 countries in Schengen through the acquisition of a permanent residency in Greece, please get us in the real estate plenary in Omicron 2. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you, Vangelis. Thank you. Yeah, please, come. We changed the name. Please. Yes, please.
Okay. He's saying something.
Ready.
Yeah.
Ready.
Your Excellency Alexandra Sduku, Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, Greece, esteemed speakers on the panel, and esteemed dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the post-lunch session on planting the seeds of low-carbon growth. My name is Sam. I'm from India. I'm co-founder of India, Singapore, and London-based Midcat Advisory. It's an AI startup. So big thank you to Dr. Frank Richter, Indo-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and everyone else involved in putting together this wonderful Horasis India 2024 in this beautiful ancient city, the cradle of civilization. So we are indeed honored with the warmth and hospitality we have been accorded here for the last couple of days. So indeed grateful to the people of Athens and to the government of Greece. So we had a fascinating conversation yesterday and today. And as you would have all noticed, one theme came up again and again, sustainable development, low carbon growth, Greece as the LNG, energy and electricity gateway to Europe, massive energy investments, including in renewable energy, the energy corridors, the great progress made by Europe, the Energy Union and Greece in environmental protection and sustainable development. And we in India definitely have lots to learn from Greece on that account. India has been a founding member of International Solar Alliance, and Greece is also a member, a very, very valuable member of the alliance founded by India. So we are indeed privileged to be joined on the dais by Her Excellency Alexandra, Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy. Speakers on the panel in no particular order, Nobumitsu Akai.
Yes.
He is the founder and CEO, he is the director, JFR Group Japan. So Akai-san, thank you, privileged to have you on the...
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. I'm very much honored giving these opportunities. So I'm from Japan, based in a technological-based company in terms of biotechnology and also some environmental technologies. So I have experience working with university in Greece. It is a Thessaloniki University. We had such a long-term relationship with Thessaloniki in swine industry, but it is a little bit a restriction in India. So today I'm going to touch a little bit about the dairy industry, and I'm also having experience working with Indian companies. And India is one very popular place for Japanese pharmaceutical companies for OEM. So I think I'm going to touch something about Greece and India synergy.
So welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the... on my left is Professor Dr. Phobe Kunduri. So ma'am, please announce me with, please excuse me for the pronunciations, for all the mistakes.
The pronunciation is absolutely perfect. Do you want me to say something or we move?
We will quickly introduce. So she is the chair, United Nations SDSN Global Climate Hub of Greece. And on the left, we have Bernard Bauhofer. He is the founder and CEO of Sparring Partners Switzerland. So ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome. We have a very diverse and incredibly talented people, having representations from the government, private sector, various countries, various continents. So as we all know, India and Greece are both rapidly growing economies, different economic pathways, but both hugely committed to sustainable development. It has been reiterated again and again. India is the 5th largest economy, country of 1.4 billion people, still a poor country. So we will be very, very important in the fight against climate change. Greece aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 54% by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050, 20 years ahead of India. So we have much to learn from you. On this panel, among other things, we will look at the progress made by the European Union and Greece in transitioning to low carbon economy, the key achievements of the Energy Union, challenges faced and opportunities that lie ahead. And we will look up to you for guidance on many of these themes. We will look at the emerging technologies and what are their transformative potential. We will look at what partnerships are needed, whether it is multilateral institutions like World Bank or government-to-government partnerships or government-to-EU partnerships or public-private or even corporate startups, B2B, SME to SME. So all kinds of partnerships. We'll look at sector-specific innovations, the socio-economic aspects of green transition, and the importance of a just transition, because the people who are impacted the most are those at the bottom of the pyramid when such a major transition happens. Finally, what synergies do India and Greece have for mutual benefit? I mean, it could be using Greece and Cyprus as the springboard for Indian companies with Indian companies, Indian ideas, Indian people, Indian green ideas, green goods concepts into the EU. We could look at, business-to-business connects. We could look at sustainable green economy, blue economy, circular economy. There would be other colors that I'm missing out. Promotion of biodiversity, resilient supply chains. You would have heard about, the ambassador spoke about it this morning, about the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. We have a great opportunity to make it a green corridor of prosperity. Not only ports, but also SEZ, renewable energy, data centers, all powered by green energy. We have to look at financing. We have to look at encouraging sustainable energy consumption patterns. We have to educate the people. We have to see if people are ready to pay for the green goods and green skills, and then, of course, jobs, impacts, etc. So this is how I intend to progress the discussion. We will first have the opening remarks of 7 to 8 minutes by Her Excellency, and then each of the panelists get about 4 minutes for their opening comments. And then we will take few questions. We will also take questions from the audience. And at the end, we'll request everyone to sum up. So I hope that is fine. So let me first call upon you, Your Excellency. Just a brief bio about yourself. I mean, you have a law degree from Democritus University of Thrace. You served as a legal consultant.
I'm a lawyer, actually, but after 17 years of working at the Ministry of Energy and Environment, nobody understands that my background is legal. As I'm talking every day about photovoltaic or wind or battery storage or geothermal, I don't know. Now I think we are entering into the hardcore of, which is besides the topic of our today's discussion, climate change, energy and environment. All of them are very well linked and interconnected, and obviously it wasn't used to be, an issue a few years ago, but now I think it's a hot topic, very high on the agenda of every government, I would say, every nation. And absolutely, we have a lot of challenges ahead of us.
So, I mean, we'll look at you. I mean, we'll request you to deliver your opening remarks. I want you to cover at least the key achievements of the Energy Union, all the progress being made by Europe. I mean, you are the best to represent European Union here. I mean, you have multiple hats, so you'll have to represent Greece also. What are the challenges faced? What progress has been made by Greece in transitioning to clean and green energy? And what are the opportunities for collaboration between India and Greece?
A lot of questions.
Stage is all yours.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. You're a perfect moderator. Let me say hello to our panelists. Let me say good evening to all of you in this room, those who still have the energy, I suppose, to be here. Let me say a warm thank to the organizers, Horasis and Hellenic Indian Chambers, all of you. For me, it's a true honor to be here today. I received a lot of questions from Sam, but Sam, I think since the title, what's the title? The title of the panel is Planting the Seeds of Low Carbon Growth, right? I believe that we have already planted most of these seeds. And I would dare to say not just one type. We've got many different ones. Since we are talking about energy and climate, I would say we have planted wind, solar, hydrogen, other clean tech technologies. But now I think the real task is making sure that they grow strong, they become mature, they become commercially viable, and they deliver, I would say, the benefits to everyone. So this is, I think, the target that the goal that we should all have. That's the challenge ahead. And I think that's the analogy we are aiming for. Someone might also ask, what could a small country like Greece possibly have in common with a massive economy like India? But I strongly believe that despite our differences in size and economic scale, I would say that both Greece and India, they are strongly committed to decarbonizing our nations, phasing out fossil fuels. I know it's a difficult task also for your country. Just to tell you that Greece has set a bold target to phase out fossil fuels, which is lignite. This is the main fossil fuel in Greece, completed to phase out by 2028. So that's the target. If you were asking me 10 years ago, what was the percentage, our main fossil fuel for our electricity production, which was lignite, it was 45% 10 years ago. In 2023, we managed to drop it to 9% on our energy mix. And by 2024, we have dropped it one more percentage. So now it's 80%, 8% with a target of phasing it completely out by 2028. India, of course, despite its huge energy needs, I think is also on a strong path towards decarbonization. Coal, I think, now accounts for less than 50% of India's power generation. Renewable energy made up, I Googled them and I saw that you're around 71% of new power capacity added. And with this brief introduction, I would like to say a few words on what you have asked me. Actually, 4 key points. I will be very brief. First topic is, as you mentioned, key achievements of the Energy Union and in the European Union. Second topic is what are the challenges we're facing in this green transition. The third topic is how Greece is progressing. And the fourth and final is what I really like, collaboration opportunities between European Union, Greece, and India. Starting with the first topic, let me list in headlines a few key achievements that, in my view, showcase the European Union's progress towards the green transition. So let's start with the good news. First, as you mentioned, talking about greenhouse gas reductions. As we know, or we don't know, since 1990, European Union has cut, Phoebe knows, I think, better than me, its emissions by almost 33%. And at the end, of course, while, I would say not end, at the same time, our economy has grown by 67%. And I think this is already by itself a major achievement, showing that we can grow economically while cutting emissions. To give another figure, in 2023 alone, emissions from power generation in Europe, it fell by 15.5%, which is, I think, another significant success. Second, energy prices. Here I would make the comment that still the energy prices are not exactly at the level where we would like them to be. We still suffer from high energy prices. About Greece here, I open a parenthesis to say that although the wholesale electricity prices are still in Greece at a higher level than the European one, especially compared to other Central European countries, because there are external factors, because there are distortions in other regional countries which are interconnected with Greece. But still, the retail prices for final consumers, they are lower, let's say, significantly than other European countries that have larger economies. Now, the third about renewable energy growth. What is happening in Europe is that wind energy has seen a high growth, overtaking, I would say, gas as the European Union's second largest electricity source. So we have today a total wind capacity of 221 gigawatts, with another 16 gigawatts that were installed in 2023. And solar as well, it continues to break installation records. Just in 2023, I think we set another record by adding 56 gigawatts of new solar capacity. So I think it's more than obvious to emphasize on the importance of the renewables in our electricity system, which I think decreased, thanks to them, the bills of final consumers during the energy crisis. It decreased it around, if I remember well, 3.5 billion euros during the crisis because the low levelized cost of energy. The fourth point I would like to say is that turning to clean technology, in 2024, we introduced within the European Union the Net Zero Industry Act and also the Critical Raw Materials Act, which is, I think, also very important. So these initiatives, what they aim at strengthening Europe's supply chains, and of course, they aim at boosting clean technology manufacturing. Fifth, we also have in Europe, we launched the European Hydrogen Bank. This is something new, actually. I think now all countries try to understand what are the opportunities in the hydrogen sector and what projects can be materialized. But speaking more tangibly, Europe managed in its first auction round, it awarded nearly 720 million to 7 renewable hydrogen projects across Europe, and I think that's a good beginning. About grids, grid connections, which is also something very important, because only with grids we will be able to enable the green transition. What do we have within Europe? We have a Grids Action Plan, which is a major step forward in addressing the challenges around expanding, modernizing, and digitalizing Europe's electricity networks. As a seventh point, let me also highlight our ongoing efforts in supporting Ukraine. Let's remember that the European Union has provided over 500 million in energy equipment for Ukraine generators, transformers, in order to support Ukraine's energy sector. Last, I would also like to mention our role as a European Union in international energy and climate diplomacy, which has been crucial. We remember at COP28, the European Union has led this global effort to triple renewable energy capacity and also to double energy efficiency by 2030. The European Union has also committed over 20 billion to support sustainable energy projects in Africa, through the Africa EU Green Energy Initiative. So I think these achievements that I mentioned, I think they clearly highlight the significant progress European Union has made in advancing the green transition. At your second topic, the challenges we are facing in the green transition, I think one of the biggest issues European Union is facing, according to my view, is competitiveness. Competitiveness, especially when it comes to energy prices, because yes, it's important to reduce CO2 emissions, it's critical, but we need to ensure that energy remains accessible and affordable to everyone. And I think this balance is very essential when we want to talk about the success of this transition. And what we also see from a geopolitical perspective, we see that the global landscape is shifting. Before 2022, for example, Europe could rely on countries like Russia for energy, but those foundations we have witnessed that are now shifting. So Europe has lost actually a key energy supplier, and it has lost its geopolitical stability, and this made Europe, we have to admit that, weaker during the crisis. So we need to focus now, through the lessons that have been learned, on improving productivity if we want to drive growth further. And I think if we don't, we will face tough choices. Because we won't be able to lead in new technologies, we won't be able to be a climate role model, and we won't be able to stay independent on the global stage all at once. I think India is also facing same challenges, primarily competing with China or US. But I think we will discuss about that. What I would also like to say is that there is also a lot of volatility and unpredictability within, again, speaking about challenges. And this makes things difficult, often for businesses, but also for consumers, I would add. To give you an example, I think in Europe, and that was in Mario Draghi's, I think, report, electricity prices for industries are 2 to 3 times higher than in the United States and China. Gas prices, again, they are 3 to 5 times higher. And we all understand that this has obviously a ripple effect across the economy, so making everything more expensive and reducing overall investments. And of course, the energy the energy crisis has made it even worse. There are several reasons for this. I think we had a slow infrastructure development in the last years. And that's because we all understand that investments in renewable energy, investments in grid infrastructure, they are slow. It takes years sometimes to mobilize, to accelerate the investments in grids. Market rules as well. The way the electricity market works in Europe, it doesn't always allow consumers to fully benefit from cheaper, for example, renewable energy. One additional route causes also grid bottlenecks. And sometimes, I will add, we have a lack of pan-European planning. So my last word is on where Greece stands. Greece has managed to reduce its emissions, I would say more than any other European Union country compared to 2005 level, approximately 43%. So I think we have achieved the greatest progress in Europe. As you probably have read, Greece has made also an impressive progress in renewables in the past year. I was seeing today a new diagram that was mentioning, it was saying that Greece was ranked second in the world in electricity generation coming from wind and solar, second in the world for a small country. So currently we have over 50% of our electricity that comes from renewables, and that was a progress, a significant progress that was made in the past 5 years. And having reached this milestone, I think we are in a position now to set the bar higher and increasing our ambition. And this is what we do. We have an excellent potential in wind and solar in Greece. We have today 12 gigawatt of installed capacity, and we aim to add another 10 to 12 in the next years. Offshore wind is also a key part of our plan. We have a target of 1.9 gigawatt by 2030 and 12 gigawatt by 2050. Energy storage as well is very important for us, and now it's a priority. Transport, building, heating, energy efficiency in buildings as well. And of course, I think we need to adopt more technologies. This is, I think, where we should make a more effort. Again, I think there is a huge opportunity between Greece and India in this sector. There are so many challenges I think we both face. For me, collaboration with India is critical because, as I've seen, India is targeting 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuels by 2030. It's an amazing number for me. So it's definitely becoming a key player in the global energy transition. And investments from both sides, Indian companies investing in Europe, European companies investing in India. I think they're vital for securing funds, but also exchanging the technical know-how, which is again very important. And finally, we had the chance, Sam, to discuss it outside. Indians' leadership in IT, technology. We were talking about artificial intelligence, so I think this opens up valuable opportunities for collaboration in digital software solutions that can modernize even the energy systems. And I think with that in mind, if we continue bonding ourselves and creating tangible projects, we will be in a position, both regions, to benefit from more efficient and more advanced energy infrastructure, and not only that, all of them support the green transition. I think I've said a lot of things, so I put a pause here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
So thank you, Honorable Minister. I think you have set the stage for discussion to follow. I think my key takeaways, the seeds have been planted. Now aim is to water it well, give fertilizers, nurture it well, and make it into a big, healthy tree. And despite the Russian invasion of Ukraine upending the fundamental security and energy architecture, the progress made by Greece has been very, very impressive, to say the least. So I think your ministry deserves a round of applause for doing the amazing leadership, I think. You can see the loud clapping despite the few people here. And so I think Greece's statistics speak for themselves. Greece has achieved the biggest progress among EU is probably the leader in the world on this transition. And in EU, Greece is the leader. And despite being a country of your size, if you're the second largest in the world in renewable energy generation, that speaks of the amazing work being done. So all I can say is best of luck. Keep the amazing work. And your thing of making energy affordable and accessible. So that touched a raw chord, and I will definitely take you up on the just transition in the Q&A. So maybe you can kind of...
We'll elaborate later.
Yeah. And competitiveness, ma'am, I have only one problem to add. And as Ambassador Wadhwa would agree, the world has a China problem, EU has a China problem, India has a China problem. So everybody has a China problem, and Greece has a China problem. So this is not unique on competitiveness. And it's a problem which economic models, I mean, you're a lawyer, those who have studied economics, there is no economic solutions. I mean, it's not a kind of a classic free market economy. So it's like state plus private sector together competing with private sector. So it's very, very different. And I think finally, thank you for the word of optimism. I think India and Greece have much to offer to each other, particularly in terms of, I mean, India definitely we can give you a few million people, and we can give you skilled people, AI workers, and then lots of technology. The latest state-of-the-art technology. I mean, we have edge in some of the foundational technologies, and we'll be happy to share that with, I mean, there are a lot of knowledgeable people sitting in the audience, so maybe once we finish, we'll ask people for, I mean, I'm definitely feeling much inadequate with a whole lot of experts sitting in the audience.
You promise you will teach me artificial intelligence.
Nobody knows it. So like we were discussing off stage, she said, look, I don't know too much understand. I said, I spend a lot of time in the Silicon Valley. Not many people understand there. And those who are honest enough to admit that. So Bernard, we'll come to you next. Thank you for waiting patiently. You're the founder and CEO of Sparring Partner Switzerland. So I assume you don't understand too much of India, too much of little bit more of Greece, but probably you definitely understand Europe better. You understand the world better. And while we were preparing for this, I mean, I will read out from what you sent in the mail to me. He says the numerous initiatives to achieve the UN Social Development Goals are in the danger of not being achieved. Globally considered measures are needed, regulations as well as incentives for companies and individuals alike to avert the impending climate collapse. And you specifically pointed out that BlackRock's pulling away from the admittedly controversial ESG principles, and we don't understand fully, what happened, Texas State, and, all the politics there, despite spending a lot of time in the US. So with BlackRock pulling out from this admittedly controversial ESG principles, this is a devastating sign. It's probably a little bit of I would say, it kind of puts us back in the fight against transition to ESG. Pranjal has written a beautiful book, The Next New, which talks about fifth industrial revolution, and that talks a lot about the ESG. So it would be good to hear your thoughts on these, and you can take about 4 to 5 minutes. So we are.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, you can sit here, you can go there, up to you.
Fine. Thank you very much, Sam, Her Excellency. Very interesting to listen to your remarks. Esteemed co-panelists, I'm very proud and feel very honored to be on this panel. Also, I was planned to be on this early morning panel at 8 o'clock on Gen Z, which for me as an educated sociologist would have been much more easy. I have to be honest, I cannot contribute nothing in particular when it comes to the right alternative energy system, neither for Greece or India. But what I can say is, from a global scale, that we are facing a huge transformation. And as a reputation management experts, we advise companies in change management. I think it's very crucial to say, and Her Excellency mentioned the point, in order to make people contribute to this transformation, they have to see the benefits for them. What is in there for me to really make this paradigm shift towards a low-carbon economy? And I think we are far away from reaching the SDG, the Social Development Goals. I was participating last week, precisely, in the Liechtenstein Sustainable Finance Conference, which I moderated twice with His Excellency the Prince Max of Liechtenstein. So the third thing is, having looked at this development over the last 5 years, I have to admit there is not a lot of progress been made. Unfortunately, in the contrary, we can see that the 2050 goals will not be achieved, not accomplished, and I think there are a couple of reasons. But the good thing is that we have this kind of dialogue, and I think very much important to as we as advisors, consultants, we look at the company, at all stakeholders. These are inside a company and outside, and all the critical ones. And I really think it's very important to make progress, like Greece is doing, for instance, to involve all stakeholders in this process. And this means cross-border, looking at what is happening in the world, looking, for instance, in Switzerland, we are contributing to watering the seeds which have been planted. It's raining at this moment in Switzerland. But looking at this, people, the biggest problem is not the environment or the climate, but they're looking at immigration, they're looking at the pension funds, they're looking at rising costs. So we see that the environmental issue was top of mind, let's say, like 5 years ago, but now that has changed. And then we're facing geopolitical crises in Ukraine and in Israel, and all of a sudden, this important topic of low carbon growth is not top of mind anymore, and this is a tragedy. And on top of that, companies and countries are more and more divided. So everybody looks for him or herself. And what the world needs is a common sense and a common action. It's not divide, but let's stick together and work together.
So I think we need a little bit more dose of optimism from, and maybe energy from Greece to water those plants, you know. And then I think Greece has to play a greater leadership role, I think, in the EU for, you know, meeting our aspirations for transition to low carbon economy.
We are doing this. I think if you want to have, now we have to think not locally, each of us, because the challenges are common for all of us. So the mindset should change. And I think what we have managed in the last 5 years, and especially our Greek Prime Minister, is to become an opinion maker, I would say, within European Union. It's good to see that this cooperation among member states is become more and more effective.
Yeah. So next we move to you, Professor Dr. Phoebe Kunduri. You are the Chair, World Council of Environmental and Natural Resource Economists Association, Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and so you develop national and regional pathways, and you make a lot of policies, technologies, you provide financial and fiscal instruments, and you provide a lot of guidance for transition to climate neutrality and resilience. You use holistic and interdisciplinary methodology, and so we would like you to educate us more on the work being done by you, and how do you kind of co-design with all the other stakeholders the pathways for low carbon economy, and how far we have come in the journey. So a lot of questions, but all yours. You can take 5 minutes.
Okay. I can take 5 minutes. Let me know when I'm done.
No worries. We are okay for time.
Okay. So I'm an economist. I'm a mathematical economist. Now I'm a professor between the Athens University of Economics and Business and the Technical University of Denmark, DTU, and I spent 18 years in Cambridge before I came to Greece. Since the 1995, I was one of the very few economists that was always applying its research on the issue of climate change. So the issue of climate change is not new in the research agenda, And the issue of sustainability has been on the political agenda since the 1970s. However, it's only recently that we see global initiatives on this theme. So it is quite efficient to think back in 2015, September, in New York, we have the 17 Sustainable Development Goals signed by 163 countries. 17 goals, 4 about the environment, 8 about the society, another 4 about the economy, and 1 about collaboration. And why I always start from there? Because it is now the only global agenda, in addition to the Charter of Human Rights, and because this framework has the correct ingredients. It's holistic, it's interdisciplinary, and it's the right way to go in terms of designing the transformation we need. I think we all agree that we need a transformation. Where we are now, we are facing economic challenges, slow growth, inflationary pressures, shrinking fiscal spaces, 1/3 of the countries in the world at the brink of default. And in addition to these social and economic challenges, together with population growth in certain parts of the world, an aging population in others, and together with this, we are facing serious challenges on climate crisis and the biodiversity collapse, which are serious because their effects transpose into millions and trillions of dollars of lost infrastructure and disruption of economic activity every year, not to add the loss of life and also collapse of the ecosystems of the environment on which our consumption and production depends. So all these multi-crises can be, in a way, escaped if we build pathways away from where we are today to sustainability. And sustainability is very well articulated in these 17 goals and 169 targets within the SDGs. Every year, as Sustainable Development Solutions Network, this is a network of 2,000 universities across the world that is under the auspices of the General Secretary of the UN, publishes a report that showcases where each country stands with regards to each of the goals and with regards to each of the targets within the goals. Now, given that we more or less know with a very quantified way where each country stands, and we also know where we want to go, because these SDGs have been transposed into regional political frameworks. The best one, the leadership one, is, as the minister said, the European Green Deal. Some also referred to this. The European Green Deal is the best example we have of a very holistic policy framework that cares about the environment, climate change and biodiversity collapse and nature and the use of land and the use of energy and health systems and also socioeconomic systems. And these kind of attempts are also happening in other regions of the world. Not so well scientifically based, maybe, but they are happening. So what we are having now is that all regions of the world are trying to move to sustainability. And how do you move to sustainability? Let me very quickly close by a very as simple as possible description of the world that my team does
at the UN Sustainable Development Network Global Climate Hub. This hub is there to build transition pathways to climate neutrality and climate resilience for each and every country in the world. We are working in 120 countries. It has 3 layers. The first layer is a system science integration of climate models, energy models, transport models, land use models, marine use models, health system models, and socioeconomic models. And these models try to identify the optimal mixture of technologies, policies, fiscal and financial instruments that you need in each of these systems in order to move from where we are, and as I told you, we measure every year, we quantify every year, as well as possible where we are with respect to the SDGs, and trying to move 2030, which is the first deadline for the SDGs, and then beyond 2015, which I hope in New York next week it will be identified as the next deadline for the SDGs. And after this science-based layer, we also have at a simultaneous mode the stakeholder engagement layer. Nothing will happen if we scientists produce solutions. What will change the world is our ability to engage all other stakeholders in this science-based dialogue. Offer the solutions in a way that can be understood and further discuss and co-design with all other stakeholders, the politicians, the policymakers, the businesses, the financial institutions, the civil society, in order to produce a pathway that is readily implementable. And for that, you need all stakeholders to become shareholders of the solutions and the profit of these solutions pathways. It is crucial that the finances are there. And in order to get the finances there, and I'm going to get back to this, I hope, in my second statement, you need to make sure that you pick the pathways that can provide, yes, the correct, sustainable interaction between nature and society, but at the same time, they are financially profitable. And it is through very detailed investigation of the opportunities and the layers of mixing the solutions that you can identify the financially sustainable opportunities. And not only that, you also need to worry about the global south. So it's not enough for Europe to become climate neutral or climate resilient or biodiversity resilient. It's not enough. It's a global problem. It's not enough for the Inflationary Act to achieve that in the US. It is crucial to have China and India on board, and Europe and the US, and at the same time, the global south. This calls for a serious first identification of sustainable finance and sustainable fiscal solutions in the developed world, because even developed countries face very big challenges in terms of the affordability, especially to the vulnerable layers of the socioeconomic systems of the pathway towards renewable, towards circular economy, towards nature-based solutions, towards digitalization, towards mobility. But at the same time, you need to restructure global financial architecture in order to be able to streamline serious finance in SDG-based stimulus in the global south, so that everybody can engage.
Your passion and enthusiasm is infectious. So I think she deserves a big round of applause. I think I understood about 70% of what you said, but I think even if we implement 50%, I think the battle would have been won. And as a member of Global South, as a humble member of Global South, I feel that, and India has always sought differentiated responsibilities. So as it looks from India looking westwards, these are the people who polluted it, they created the big problem. So they should do a little more heavy lifting, put a little bit more finances, they're richer, they got there. We still have to spoil the environment to get there to become rich. So I think the leadership is very, very inspiring. I think what Europe is doing, what Greece is doing is a step in the correct direction. I hope the US kind of doesn't move away after 5th of November from its commitments. And we hope India and China will also do their bit along with other members of Global South. So Akai-san, so thank you for waiting so patiently. And and I will pick up from where she left.
Exactly, already mentioned.
Okay, so I will just I want you to pick up some of the very basic things in your, I mean, how do you use this animal waste, biomass, all those, the farm waste, all those things, and how do you make magic out of it? How do you take small community-based initiatives, and then how do you protect nature against overexploitation? I think, given your background, I think you would be the best to comment on it.
Yes. So
and one more thing I wanted to, before I allow you, I'll give you 5 minutes, don't worry. You have a lot of experience of India, Greece, Japan, all the best practices, and Japanese are known for, since childhood, they are taught to be clean. Everybody remembers, I hope, the World Cup, after which they lost in Moscow, and thereafter they cleaned up the whole stadium, and then they went. Or when a big earthquake struck, and big tsunami, people are still standing in the queue. So there's lots to learn from where you come from.
Yes.
So all yours, 5 minutes, and some we will take in the Q&A.
So thank you very much. And many important points already mentioned. And there are several important keywords like sustainability and renewable energies, and typically the minister mentioned solar and windmills and hydro, very favorite renewable energies. And I'm not very much against about it. And there are people need, especially a country like India, growing very much rapidly, and still very much have a chance to grow more, and I need more energy, and it means, yes, need some more development, and that's I'm not very much against about it, but at the same time, I'm thinking about some balance, and we need to look at over-exploitation, like cutting woods and trees from the mountains, and that is really obviously the exploitation of the nature. And a country like Greece, it is a very beautiful country with nature. And as I mentioned earlier, I have experience working with Thessaloniki University about livestock industry, and that's such a beautiful, nice place, and nice people over there. And we had 10 years working experience with Thessaloniki University, with a dairy and also swine industry. About topic was probiotics. It is a microbiology and animal feed. We have our company have some EU approval about the product, and we had a long experience working with Thessaloniki University, doing a lot of animal researches. And there's a really, I really learned how the closely working family and communities and in Greece, and that is a very beautiful thing. And very old-fashioned Japanese style was same, and we really valued family and neighbors, and that's I'm thinking the same values Greek people sharing with, and that's I'm very much appreciating and very much respecting Greek style of how to say local community and families. And at the same time, as I mentioned, India, the religiously it is a huge experience. I mean, the influence on Japan from the Buddhist influence, and Japan and India have the same very beautiful values having, like it is respecting elders, respecting peoples, and not too much about exploitation, but living small and respecting each other. That's such a big influence. And having said all of this, thinking about sustainabilities and renewable energies, my area is, as I said, biotechnologies. That is livestock and using animal waste to create energies. And anyway, one way or another, growing dairies, it is animal waste. It is already the environmental problem because of the smell. And people are really having a bad, how to say, the impact from the smell growing dairy cows. But as I said, dairies industry is very important Greek and of course in India because of the milk and the yogurt. And the Greek yogurt is the one thing I really thought maybe very good collaboration could be done between India and the Greek, and maybe growing some new industry or maybe very good cooperation synergy having, because Greek yogurt have such a very good brand image, especially maybe only in Japan, but we like Greek yogurt a lot, and maybe creating a national brand of Greek yogurt and doing some export industry for the yogurt could be one good example. Thinking about the renewable energies, biomass energy, and primary industries. It is really one forgotten area usually because agriculture is such a very difficult industry, and ITs or service areas are the more younger generation really fond of, and people want to do more for ITs or service industries rather than very hard working of primary industry like livestock. And but one thing is, because of the wages, from primary industry, earnings are relatively very small compared with service industry and information technologies, and it is really, people are earning millions of euros or dollars, but primary industry is, very hard, and the earnings are relatively small. However, as I mentioned, if it connects to yogurt industry or food industry, and especially export, could be creating a new source of wages for the primary industries. So we are already doing in Japan, because Japan have a same problem, because younger generation really stay away from primary industry like livestock, like dairy industry. And the dairy industry in Japan is really dying. And used to, it was a big market, and it was a really good business. However, now people stay away because no more younger generation is working in dairy industry. And instead, people are buying milk from abroad, and especially from New Zealand or Australia is a milk source for Japanese milk. However, we really have to keep the primary industry as a nation, as a country, as a Japan. So our company is doing some challenge in the dairy area. It is a north town in Hokkaido. Maybe some of them are north. We are trying to do connecting this biomass and also new energy project with dairy industries. And maybe we can do, we have some showrooms, so maybe we are happy, Minister, you can instruct Ambassador, Greek Ambassador in Japan to visit our test plant. Then we can run together, because it is such a long-term challenge, and it is a small challenge, but we are looking at a very long-term future, and maybe we can create together some local base. And it is appreciating the nature, and at the same time creating new jobs and a new industry. That's what I'm thinking at the moment in terms of synergy between India and Greece.
So I think, yeah. Thank you. So I think Madam Minister has got two. I think buy one get one free. Take India, get Japan free.
Yeah,
India and
please.
Japan are great friends. So
I'm very appreciative.
So I think Ma'am will take that offer. So we are doing okay for time. I think we are on track. So we now move to Q&A questions, and I want to keep about 10 to 15 minutes for audience because there are a lot of knowledgeable people in the audience, and we definitely want to get their thoughts. Wisdom is not our sole prerogative, so sitting on this stage, yeah. So ma'am, in your view, what steps can we talked about the world has a China problem, EU has a China problem, competitiveness. In your opinion, what steps can EU take to enhance the competitiveness and accelerate the adoption of clean tech solutions, as you highlighted in your opening remarks? And maybe if I can put a second question, and you can take in whichever order you want. And how can we ensure a just transition that you so passionately making it affordable, accessible to all, so which on our way to reaching climate neutrality? So all
difficult issues both. Now, regarding competitiveness, I think we must admit that we in Europe, we've been too slow, okay? And China on the other side and US have moved ahead quickly. Whether we like it or not, China now is leading, especially the global clean tech market. And I would say they're leading because for five actually key reasons. To explain it simply, first, they innovate quickly. Second, they keep manufacturing costs low, which is again important. Third, I would add they control their entire supply chain from raw materials to shipping. It's also important, fourth, that the government provides subsidies. And what is always important on behalf of the investor side is that the permits, the approval processes, they're fast. And I think that these factors, they create the perfect environment.
So I think there are some good things to learn from China?
Exactly. Okay. This is why I'm saying, this is, I think, for me, the perfect environment for supply chains and companies that want to grow, accelerate the green transition, and at the same time increase competitiveness. And unfortunately, these elements, the same critical elements, I think Europe lacks to boost this competitiveness in clean tech for these reasons, for the reasons I mentioned. And we see the results. For example, over 60% today of the global manufacturing capacity for key value chain material of batteries, solar, whatever, is located in China. And at the same time, the European Union shows a deindustrialization image. I think it's not only, and it's not only China, because I don't want to here try to sound like Donald Trump. I don't have anything personal against China. I think this is simply the reality we face. And we need to catch up if we want to stay competitive. I can also mention, obviously, the United States, which is also progressing very fast because of their focus, again, on these five key pillars I mentioned. I remember the talks during the past 2 years, 3 years, for the IRA of the states. United States, they have invested around, if I remember well, 370 billion dollars in clean energy. And obviously, this helps US companies to build solar panels, batteries, EVs, everything, making them less dependent. So the million-dollar question is what we can do in Europe.
And if I can just, before that, just add one thing. The US policy, US was the Mecca of free capital and, no tariffs, another thing, absolute free trade. But some of the US policies may be confusing the allies itself. It's not only directed at China, but sometimes it even puts trusted friends like Greece and EU at a disadvantage.
Correct. I don't believe, I think, in simple black and white solutions, especially when we talk about Europe's complex context, because it is a little bit more complicated with European rules. But I think we need a smarter and a more balanced, I would say, strategy. What does this include? Again, if we see again these 5 topics I mentioned, first we must simplify, streamline regulations, approval processes, make them, especially for infrastructure projects, especially for clean tech projects, make them easier. I think one of the biggest challenges within European Union is how long it takes in order to get these projects off the ground. And I think this is what the market actually is asking for. More than 60%, I would say, from European Union companies, when you're asking them, they say that regulation is an obstacle to invest. And also, if we look smaller companies, 55, I think, percent of small, medium companies, again, they flag regulatory and administrative obstacles as their greatest challenge. And here we need to take the necessary steps in order to reduce the time that is required for companies to access funds as well. We need to provide incentives. We need to shorten the time to market. And as I mentioned, we need to speed up the permitting procedures.
The bureaucrats and the bankers need to become faster.
And the judicial process.
And judicial, okay.
And judicial, yeah. I think it's what Mario Draghi mentioned in his report, that Europe needs to make it easier for investors to become investors.
I think there's a lot of excitement about Mario Draghi coming in, even outside Europe.
It's fresh, it's
Yeah.
quite fresh, a few days ago, but I think we should take this outcome quite seriously and see what we can make it better and how we can progress. Again, within Europe, if we want to achieve this competitiveness and of course, if we want to achieve these green transition goals, we will need, according to the figures so fast, around 600 to 800 billion per year for the green transition goals. And again, here I think find a way to provide financial support and incentives for these investments is very crucial.
So you'll have to mobilize all kinds of things from, from World Bank, from Europe,
Exactly.
from Greece, from private sector, maybe.
I think it's an opportunity here to mingle.
Blended funds.
Yes, blend the funds, exactly. And find a way to expedite more the processes.
No, maybe he wants to add in something. But either you can speak loud or you can just go take the mic. Pranjal, is there a mic, roving mic? Kind of, he's author of a book on this and educates people across the world. Pranjal,
to listen.
He probably, in his latest book, he has covered a lot about it. The next
Really?
he moderates sessions at World Economic Forum on the.
Minister, I'm glad you mentioned this, and of course, Mario Draghi's report is very, very fascinating. It's creating a lot of debate, I know, in Europe also to talk about the competitiveness. But you mentioned money. I'm Pranjal Sharma. I'm an author and columnist and economic analyst based in New Delhi. Couple of numbers. During COVID, more than, the estimate of $10 to $12 trillion of support were generated by various governments across the world. $1 trillion. I'm talking about 10 to 12 even last year, the subsidy given for energy for fossil fuels was over $7 trillion. And now we are struggling to find $500 billion for climate funding. So my question then is that what is the challenge in finding money when you could find, the global governments could find trillions of dollars just like that for other interests, and even now we are subsidizing fossil fuels. Why are we struggling to find money for climate change? And second point related is behavior change. Now 12% of the global north population is actually polluting the world at a much higher per capita than the rest of the 80%. And I would request, other panelists, it's not just about what Minister is saying, and I think the entire hall should look at these questions. We don't see that behavior change happening at a societal consumer level, because ultimately that's going to drive change. So I want to just mention those figures as a comparison and say that can we therefore look at being positive, or do we still have to remain a little bit pragmatic and practical and realize that some of these goals are not going to be met anytime soon?
Thank you very much. I like your question. I think we should combine optimism, and at the same time we have to be realistic and pragmatic, right? But let me give you an example about when you're asking about why we struggle for money. It's true that after COVID, let's say, European Union mobilized a lot of money to help us accelerate the green transition. And thanks to these financial tools, we were in a position as Greece for the very first time to take 30 billion for the recovery plan in Greece, and 30% of this money were allocated for green investments. And we are really grateful for that to the European Union, because thanks to this budget, in these 3-4 years, we have managed to do this, to make this progress that I mentioned in the renewables, in the energy efficiency, blah, blah, so many pillars. One day we had a very heavy rainfall, as you know. It was last year. And just one day, a couple of hours actually, were enough to, they were enough, yes, in order to create a disaster for climate reasons, obviously. And why I'm saying this? Because the reconstruction of a small area in Greece, to rebuild it, and to allocate new money from the beginning for the agriculture, for the infrastructure, for everything, was around 5 billion. So can you imagine, as there are more and more, these phenomena coming from extreme, exactly, from fires and floods, how can we find the necessary funding in order to achieve at the same time the carbon neutrality goals and at the same time make the necessary investments in order to have more resilient infrastructure? That's why we are struggling, let's say, for more funding, because we won't be in a position to work in parallel, meeting the goals. I mean, how can I say to people, change your cars, your combustion engine cars, with electric ones, when people, they suffer from floods and they need to make their houses from the beginning? So that's, for us, a very critical issue, I think.
And anyone wants to add?
Yes, I mean, it's both mitigation and adaptation.
Yeah.
And they need to happen together. And they need to be made available at an affordable price for the different layers of income. It is true, there are lots of money in the world. It's about, however, having the institutions to streamline the money to SDG-based or, green and digital, sustainable consumption and production goals. So we all know that the public money, all the public money in the world are not enough for supporting the transition to sustainability. So it is obvious that we need the private sector. And we need blended finance. But the private sector, in order to come in, has to be explicit that the whole process is efficient, like the minister was saying. We need to have swift processes for getting the approvals, for implementing the project, for having a very efficient litigation progress, for reducing the cost of labor, for having the expertise within the countries, within the regions to implement the new technologies. So I totally agree that the money is there. I also agree that the technology is almost there, at least for most sectors, excluding some, aviation, shipping, still, but we are getting there. What we need now is to get the right efficiency in the system, in the collaboration between the public and the private money, and also the public and the private system, in order to unite towards identifying where are the competitive advantages of each country in order to promote the solutions. Behavior, huge issue, because up to now we've been talking about the supply side. The demand side is what will articulate what the supply side will, at the end of the day, do. Because the businessman wants to make sure that he has the demand side there in order to appraise the project. So we need a lot of incentives, we need a lot of education, we need a lot of upskilling and reskilling. And I have lots to say, but I don't want to monopolize. I just want to say one thing. Last COP, we presented a report on the skills and occupations that are needed to implement in Europe the already voted for and transposed into national policies in the 27 countries, laws and regulations and directive of the European Green Deal. And these have to be implemented by 2030 first wave and 2050 second wave. 85% of the skills and occupations we need are not yet in the labor force in the whole of Europe. So to implement what? The businessman puts the money in, brings the technology in. The government puts the money in, brings the technology in. Do we have the labor force ready to really engage in this? Not yet.
I think we'll just take a, do you want to? Yeah, maybe a minute for you and then we'll take a quick question. Course, it's a minute. Or do you want to take the question and then we'll take?
Yeah.
So quick comment. Anyone else wants to put anything after that? So just please show of hand. Ambassador Wadhwa, would you like to add anything? No, thank you. So
excellent,
yeah, please.
Excellent panel. Thank you so much. Follow up actually to the point Mr. Bauhofer made that it seems on the public sector side, the interest in energy transition and sustainability has peaked. And obviously you're just mentioning in order to deliver to the net zero 2050 roadmaps to the energy transition, we need public and private collaboration. So I'd like to ask, from your public sector angle, do you also feel that the interest has peaked, similar to the observation from the private sector, and especially since on the public sector we're going through elections every 4 years?
I think it's a very good point. We're talking about a huge sum of money, it was $9.6 trillion a year to reallocate financial streams from fossil industries to low carbon growth, as the topic is of this today. I think it's enormous money, and most of the money, if I get it right, is from the taxpayers, public initiatives. We're not talking about the big elephant, which is invisible in this room, is the black rocks, right? And I was shocked to see it one day when I looked at Bloomberg, and there was a small notice on the right banner saying that BlackRock is saying he will reallocate its investments on behalf of the investors from ESG investments to so-called quality investments. What are quality investments? They're putting money into arms. They're putting money into pharmaceutical business and other so-called traditional businesses, which definitely not help to achieve the SDGs. So what we need is a public-private partnership, that's for sure. But how you get those big black rocks, and not only BlackRock only, to change their strategy. And we talked about sanctions, we talked about incentives. In the very end, it's the consumer, it's the investor who has to be educated. And I think what we're seeing here is enormous potential of reducing the complexity of what we're hearing, and the complexity is increasing. And how do you communicate this to the people in order to be part of this transformation and understand what they have to do, and they have to put the money in a different pocket. That's the point.
So any other questions, remarks? Yeah, please, can you pass on the mic? Oh, you can.
Only a short joke, maybe it's a little bit more serious, that would give Greece for the next 50 years a guarantee for the Greek financial development. What about supplying India and Japan, maybe 5% of Japanese people and 1% only Philippine people, by changing expertise, adjusted to your favorable taste, and in Greece, with renewable energy, producing only Greek yogurt. What about that?
So I was on, maybe I'll take this one.
Only 5% for Japan, 9% for the people in India.
So I was on a panel on Cyprus, and they said, you know, the panelists said, Cyprus has 1 million people, including me. So he counted it. And then we said, look, Mumbai has got about 25 million, and I had another panelist who was from Delhi NCR, National Capital Region, which is 34 million. He said, don't worry, we'll give you, 1 million each, no worries. All your labor issues will be. So that was this, but ma'am, we'll come back to you on the just transition. This is close to my heart. Yeah.
Okay, I believe we can all agree that achieving a fair and inclusive green transition is crucial for every economy. And I'm sure that India as well as Greece, they face this challenge. And why I'm saying this? Because it's not enough just to invest, as we are talking here, in new technologies and change the model of how we produce and how we consume energy. We must consider at the same time the needs of all citizens, from major cities to the most remote areas, and we must ensure that costs and benefits are fairly distributed. I think this is the most difficult task. Plus, I would add that citizens, they need to feel personally involved. And they need to see the benefits of the transition. Otherwise, they're not yet convinced. We say that climate change is an existential issue, but still, people, it's what you said, the mindset yet has not been fully changed because we don't understand what we gain from these. And this is one of the responsibilities, I think, that the state, but also the society, has to make it, to understand, to make people understand. So in Greece, what we are doing regarding the just transition is that we are implementing the so-called Just Transition Development Plan. It's a very concrete master plan, especially for those areas that are affected in Greece by the phasing out of fossil fuels. We have big regions in Greece that for many, many years, 40, 50 years, they were living by this economic activity. And all of a sudden, one day, we announced that we will change it. What does this plan actually has? It focuses on creating jobs, which is, I think, the most important, on supporting businesses, and also developing sectors like innovation, manufacturing. So not only, you know, those areas, they were used by living because of the fossil fuels activity. And this is, now as we are transforming the production model of those areas, we need to enrich it with other sectors like smart agriculture, like digitalization, like in other sectors. So from what we have managed for years now is that from 2021 to 2027, we will receive approximately 1.6 billion euros coming from the European Union Just Transition Mechanism and Fund, with a total of 5 billion coming from both European and national resources. So currently we have 5 billion euros. It's on our hands to allocate them on a fair way to people who suffer. And at the same time, of course, from other private and public funding sources, we are pursuing projects such as the decarbonization of our islands, because in Greece we have a lot of islands that still depend on...
Very beautiful islands.
Very beautiful, and we should transform them into
Paradise.
Smart and green. Lastly, this is another financial tool, which is the Social Climate Fund. I don't know yet many information on that, but I think this is going to provide also to Greece another 3 billion something, which will be dedicated for vulnerable people. So I think we have the necessary funding. It's on us to expedite the projects and this master plan and see the benefits of this transition coming to the final, to the consumer or to the citizen.
So the heart is in the right place. You're not in for brutal capitalism, but for a very, very just kind of support to the society in transitioning.
Absolutely.
So I think we'll, Akai-san, thank you again for passionately. You are a friend of India and Greece. And maybe we're running little out of time. We have about 3 minutes left, so I want to leave little. So can you just tell us what we can do together? And we will accept your verdict.
Because I'm Japanese, so looking at Greece and India from somewhere, from different angles. But I'm very, let's say, optimistic about it, and especially for Greece. I think it is quite a difficult consideration required, because thinking about Greece itself, but thinking about the European Union at the same time. So difficult approach may be required, but as I said, because of this very beautiful nature and such a big potential with hardworking people, so I'm together with India, huge investment and hardworking people, and I'm really only looking at a very bright future between Greece and India. That's what I can say.
Thank you. I think you were outstanding. Thank you. I think a quick 30 seconds from you. And
very quickly, I act as an advisor to G20, and now, of course, Europe has this just transition that the ministers said fund, the climate fund, which is part of Fit for 55. Countries that have fiscal space, and I refer to Europe as one country, let's say, it's not yet, but it's functioning in a way that tries to help all other countries, is easier. The other big question, which is there in G20, and we are discussing now in New York at the summit for the future at UN level, is how we restructure the global financial architecture in order to allow financial flows to the global south, because it is crucial for the global north as well. So we need multilateral banks and multilateral institutions to solve this huge issue now, because as I said before, 1/3 of the countries in the world are in the brink of default. So it is important to have SDG stimulus there and bring funds and expertise and knowledge and investments to the global south from where they exist. And it is crucial that we not just bring the funds and the investment, but we build the capacity, the education, the skills and knowledge in order to embrace all these investments.
So thank you very much. I think we have had a fascinating conversation, and thank you, esteemed panelists. And I will end by I will end by where Madam began. You know, the seeds have been planted. It's now time to water to make it a healthy tree. So thank you very much, esteemed panelists.
Thank you, Sam.
You were awesome.
Very good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
some trouble with this earlier. So
Were they?
Yeah.
At the last session?
Earlier, a little bit earlier. So
No,
I think we're on. We're on. Yep. All right.
Red, just curious, the order after you.
I'm number 3.
I'll be last.
Good. All right, welcome. Thank you for being here. We are in the closing session of Horasis and the India meeting here in Athens. So thank you for a great couple of days. And I have to say, Frank, you have done it again. You have brought a wonderful group of people together for wonderful conversation. Let's give him a round of applause. And my name is Rhett Power. It's an honor to be here to close out this session with you. I run a company called Accountability Inc., which is a global executive coaching firm. And I also write for Forbes. And I'm also an entrepreneur. And so this week, this last couple of days, I've learned so much about India and Greece and the potential that is there for those two countries. And so my panel, I'm excited to have them up here today because we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that potential. We're going to talk about cross-border trade. We're going to get into a bunch of issues. And then we're going to actually get you guys involved. I like getting the audience involved. I'd love to get your questions up here to the panel. So we're going to try to do a lot in the next hour. But I want to give each one of you a few minutes to make an opening statement, and then we're going to introduce the topic here in a few minutes. But I will start with Rajiv. Rajiv, will you give us a few minutes?
With pleasure. Thanks, Rhett. And welcome again. I know it's one of the difficult plenary sessions because everybody goes up to their room, dresses up, and comes down for dinner. So, but anyway, friends, it's great to be back here once again. And basically, I think both the government, that is the government in Greece and the government in India, and business, the business in India and the business here, need to engage and encourage cross-border collaborations. Whether the collaboration is through trade, whether it's through technology, whether it's through joint ventures, whether it's through outright investments. But these are the ways that both the government and the business, particularly chambers of commerce, need to encourage. From the government side, one of the biggest hurdles that I've heard in the last few days from my Greek friends, and I've heard also from my Indian friends, is the visa problem. Because unless you have visas, you can't travel, right? And although, I mean, you have all the various virtual systems such as Zoom and many others, but that is not the same thing. You can't initiate business that way in a cold fashion. So this is one big problem, and I think both governments need to do it. From the Greek side, it's going to be more difficult because they have to follow the Schengen rules, being part of the EU. Right? But what can still be done is mount missions, whether they are government missions along with business teams, or whether they are chambers. Because when you go on through chambers or through government delegations, visas become a much easier problem. The other thing that can be done, again on a government-to-government basis or university-to-university basis, is establish incubators and accelerators. And this will help a lot, particularly in startup. And India has the third world's largest ecosystem in startups. And it creates a lot of jobs. And Greece has certain niche areas. For example, robotics in maritime. They're very advanced in that. They're advanced in many other AI functions. They are fairly advanced in data analysis. And so is India. So it's a good fit, but it's a question of meeting and getting together. So you have to have, from the government side, a two-way regulatory environment. And I think, let me take a pause then, and in the interest of time, I'll come to the business side and responsibilities a bit later.
Thank you.
Shri. Oh, yes. Lovely to be with all of you here today. Shri Preetej and I are co-creators of the Oneness Movement, and our work is present in over 100 countries, and our main center is ACOM in India, and people from all over the world come to learn from us in becoming enlightened. So today I'm going to speak to you about oneness leadership. It's a radical way of leading your businesses, leading your families, and whatever you're doing, be it a politician, whatever you're doing, you're leading from a oneness state. So what is a oneness leadership? What is being a oneness leader? A oneness leader is one who has transcended all forms of division and separation. The consciousness of that being is not rooted in division or separation, but it's rooted in oneness. Now, what is separation? Consciousness that is rooted in separation is always thinking about the me and the mine. The radius of that consciousness is what is there in this for me and what is there in this for myself. Now, when you are operating from such a consciousness, we can say that it's a separation-driven consciousness. It is a self-centric driven consciousness. It's not other-centric driven consciousness. From me and the mind, we need to move to we. And that consciousness is oneness consciousness. Now, there has to be three major shifts that needs to happen if you want to be a oneness leader. The oneness state I'm talking about is your inner state. The three shifts are, the first shift is where you move from being a pleasure-driven leader to a purpose-driven leader. Pleasure is where you are doing everything for your pleasure, be it your position, be it your business, be it earning wealth, be it the job you're doing. Everything is ultimately in fulfilling your pleasure, your needs of pleasure. When you become a purpose-driven leader, you're truly connected to the purpose, and you're not doing what you're doing for your pleasures, but you're actually doing for solving a problem or for the vision that you created the business for. It is no more about me or mine, it is about the other. The second important shift that needs to happen is from being a comparison-driven leader, you need to become a cooperation-driven leader. Unfortunately, we're all people who have grown up with hurts, and we have been compared when we are young by our parents, by our teachers, by our institutions, and we are constantly trying to grow in life by comparing ourselves with others from where we are and where we want to go. And when you are doing that, again, it's the me and the mind consciousness. You are doing what you're doing to look better, to look greater and stronger in others' eyes. It's again about yourself. When you move into becoming a cooperation-driven leader from comparison, you are actually engaged with others, and you are again other-centric leader where you are concerned about others' well-being. Unfortunately, if you are a leader who is operating from a comparison state, that poison spreads into the organization, and everybody in the organization also works through comparing themselves. And we see in history that as people are working more and more towards the me and the mind-centric consciousness, such organizations, though they might have an initial high, slowly tend to plateau and then slowly start to fall down. The third shift that needs to happen is from being an ego-driven leader, you need to become From being an ego-driven leader, you need to become a responsibility-driven leader. Now, what is an ego-driven leader? We as human beings have faced a lot of failures and disappointments in our life. It is part of our life. But when we don't heal from these disappointments and failures, we become very, very angry, and we want to show ourselves that we are not small and that we are nobody and that we are somebody. And to prove that we are somebody to others, we boost our ego, we boost our arrogance, and we tend to become very authoritative and disconnect from people. So a leader who is driven from ego is again a me and a mind-centric leader. He is not other-centric leader, he or she is not other-centric leader, and is truly not connected to the purpose or the vision. When you become a responsibility-driven leader, you are free of this ego. You are free of this hurts, and you are free of this fear of failure that has happened in your life, and you're truly connected to the purpose as a business leader, as a politician, and you work towards achieving that purpose by being responsible. You are responsible for others' happiness, you are responsible for your company's state of mind, you are responsible for others' vision. You are this true person who is present to others and not being absent in the self-centric thinking. So our work is to create this new leaders who are able to live and function from this oneness state, and not from a state which is separation-driven or division-driven, or a state where it is only about me and the mind and not about the other. So I think if our inner state as leaders can change, and if we can find solutions to our problems from this oneness state, then the solutions we find will be truly authentic and very powerful solutions, because you are finding those solutions from a transformed state of consciousness. We see that we are having more and more problems. We are also finding solutions, but unfortunately the solutions we find today are becoming the problems of tomorrow. And that is because our consciousness is a separation-driven, division-driven consciousness. So the root of all problems that I believe is our state of mind, is our state of being. And our state of mind and our state of being has to fundamentally shift and must fundamentally change, which means we must transcend division and separation and actually experience the state of oneness, because today science also proves that we are all one, and the fundamental nature of our universe is oneness. And that is our natural state, and we need to get there. So that is the work we are doing, and we are working towards making sure that every leader in every aspect of society can ultimately live in that state of oneness.
Well, I know that the entrepreneurs I work with are searching for that peace in a lot of ways. Murat, please.
I am Murat Seyit-Nepesov. I am representing here Greater Caspian Association, and we are doing promotion and development of the big region, which is called the Greater Caspian region. And before going further, I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Frank Richter to organizing this exciting event. Despite all difficulties and complications, all people came from India, from all over the world here to Greece. And here I met a lot of old friends. I got a lot of new friends from Greece, from India, from various countries. And thank you very much for your efforts in this. Now going back, I'm the practical businessman. That's why I will go from the ground. Yes, and Greater Caspian region, 18 countries, joined by the, connected by the culture, by the history, by the business, by the logistics, by the economic ties. And we're talking about Central Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, South Caucasus, Caspian, 5 littoral states of the Caspian Sea, then Black Sea countries from Turkey and Romania, Bulgaria till Kazakhstan. We have a lot of problems now in the region. Everybody knows now there is a war going on between Russia and Ukraine. Just recently we had a conflict which was now looks like calmed down and accomplished between Azerbaijan and Armenia for the Karabakh area. Also, we have some conflicts related to the water in the Central Asia. Now, Taliban are in Afghanistan, and it's a changing environment, and it's not easy to do business with this region. Anyhow, businessmen and the people there, they're always trying to find a way how to do things, how to move things, and how trying to reach the prosperity for the countries and for the whole region. Now, how to involve our target audience here, India and Greece. And Greece is not only Greece as a country, but like a gateway to Europe, to European Union, to this exercise. Like all together, we can move and we can develop things. And then I had several discussions even about the business here, for example, for urea supply from Central Asia to Greece and from Greece to Europe. And for logistics corridors, logistic infrastructure. Yesterday I was in Piraeus port, just saw what is going on around. And what I see here, there are enormous opportunities here in Greece. And yes, there was a crisis, but now country is much better and is already well positioned, well established. And now country is open for privatization, which is very good news. But privatization should be done wise ways, not like it was done in Russia like 30 years ago, when the whole country was robbed, nothing remained. And now that's why here I believe that here Greece could benefit a lot from inviting partners, investors from India, from our region, Greater Caspian region, but not only just to invest money and be the silent investor or silent partner, but actively participate in the development of the business, and particularly in logistics sector, facilitating trade. And there are a lot of things which we can do together, and traditionally our region is the core or the heart of the ancient Silk Road. yes, Greece is a little bit more on the south, but anyhow, there are a lot of transit routes going from Caucasus, for example, from Georgia through Turkey to Greece, and which we can utilize. That's why here I see enormous potential for cooperation. And of course, I understand that there are some improvements needed on the Greek system, because I've heard various opinions, and some of them, some people are saying, oh, it's great, it's easy. Some of them, no, it's not very easy to do business because a lot of bureaucracy is still existing. But the main thing that there's a positive movement, and we should, all of us, we should try to use this. And that's why my main idea is let's try to establish long-term and help to establish long-term cooperation with India, our Greater Caspian region, and Greece as the gateway to Europe. This, and here we should work all together on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Murat. Pretty.
Namaste, everyone. Kalaspira. I am honored to be on this esteemed panel. I just want to take a moment to thank the organizers of Horasis for inviting me, wonderful Dr. Frank Richter, again for putting on a show like nobody's business, luminaries, your excellencies, and of course all of you wonderful people who took the time out to come visit. At this very divisive and polarized moment in history, I think it's incredible that possibly two of the greatest civilizations of our planet, Greek and Indian, are here today celebrating each other, and I think really introducing each other. And I think that's incredible. The oldest democracy in the world and the largest democracy in the world have more in common today than they ever did. I've always said that strengthening ties with India should really be the cornerstone of European foreign policy. And at the very heart of this foreign policy initiative really should be the Greek connection. So I think Greece is the perfect interlocutor given its civilizational connect with India, and because Greece is the gateway between Asia and Europe, and India is the bridge between the global south and the global north. Both are the international gateways to probably the largest and the most important water bodies in the world, the Mediterranean Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Nobody will doubt that 2024 has truly been a year of geopolitical importance. And I want to set the stage here today for this discussion this evening. And I want to focus on that aspect as I highlight areas of cooperation between these two great nations. I see three key areas where developing better relations between Greece and India will actually not just help each other, but will have a global impact. Number one, connectivity. So before this conflict in the Middle East was set on fire, the hottest project on the block was IMEC, India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor. The IMEC holds the key to a great, really supercharging connectivity in the region. It would have connected the world at large. I think at the same time, one can see what a vulnerable choke point it is on so many levels. I think the recent conflict in the Middle East shows us that we have to actually handle this with great care moving forward when the corridor is hopefully finally established. And once it is established, to make sure that it is always protected and security needs are taken care of. Issue number two, security. This includes specifically counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, also AI. I think the two nations share common threats. They have common enemies. Unfortunately for both of them, they're both fighting the axis of terror, if you will, within the region. I think much can be accomplished by both by, for example, sharing complex intelligence information, which would help, I think, not just each other, but the larger issue as well, and also teaming up in the Indo-Pacific region, because I think this is really going to end up being such a vulnerable point in the future. I think in such an increasingly divided and inflammable world, Greece and India stand at the crossroads of peace and conflict resolution. I think what the world really needs today is sustainable stabilization and two mature democracies acting as safeguards for the waterways for our planet. And the third one, mutual investment. I think heavy investment needs to happen for both countries for economic and infrastructure projects of each other. Eurobank is here at the summit. I'm so thrilled to see that. I think a bank like Eurobank having an Indian presence is exactly the need of the hour. I think we must have heard so many times over the last 2 days that the most common reason why Greeks and Indians don't travel that much to each other's countries is simply because of the lack of direct flights. So something that practical and simple. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for the national carriers, both Air India and Aegean Airways, to find to have a strategic partner to fill that void. I think from the sick man of Europe to really the country of the year in Europe, Greece has this amazing potential to not just be a power center within Europe, but the world. India is seen as a consensus builder, voice of reason. Many look to it as the leader of the free world in many ways. I think as we may be on the brink of potentially a world war or a nuclear holocaust, countries like Greece and India really hold the key to a better world, a more peaceful world, and a brave new world out there. So I will leave you with that, and I'm sure we'll discuss on these points. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, great opening statements, thank you. So my question is, we've talked a lot about the last 2 days, digitalization, technology, AI, and its impact on entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship and economies of these countries. And I'm going to ask you each to sort of give me, off the top of your head, your opinion on this. And maybe let me rephrase the question. As you were speaking, I changed the question in my mind. But from each one of you, 1 point of opportunity and 1 point of something that you're worried about in terms of all this technology and in this new age that we're in, because I think we're at this inflection point in the world where technology is moving so rapidly that it's hard for people to keep up, and people are being left behind. So what's one area of concern for this, for your economies, and one opportunity that you see? And briefly, so we can get to many more questions.
I think, if I may begin.
Sure.
Preeti touched upon a very important aspect, which is the airline connectivity.
Mm-hmm.
And through that, you get tourism, right? I mean, that is the biggest source.
And cultural understanding, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Because when you have cultural exchanges, you have to meet, and
Right.
you have to sort of travel and see the beauty and the heritage, and both countries have lots of it. So it's very important that we have that connectivity and we promote tourism. And India this year is spending $20 billion on Indians traveling overseas.
Okay.
Now, a lot of that is directed to Europe, right? And I don't think the travel agents and other travel-related organizations, be they hotels, etc., they're not getting into the act of promoting each other's countries to each other. And I mean, there's a lot of money, particularly for Greece, to be earned, whether it is through marriages, whether it's through filming Bollywood movies here, whether it is for conferences.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a huge thing. And Frank has arranged this conference, and as a result, so many of us have come here, some for the first time, I've come for the second time, but after a gap of many years. And first time when I came, it was a tourism.
Right.
Now I'm here thinking of business opportunities. So tourism is certainly a way of getting business, getting dollars to each other, or euros to each other in this case. And it is something which is going to promote understanding, cultural affairs, friendships, relationships. So I think this is very important, and I'm so happy that Preeti touched on that. In a way, that was her final point, so I had the opportunity of taking off from that. But that's certainly something that can happen, including medical tourism. India is a very big place for medical tourism. There are a lot of strengths here in the healthcare field. I have some Greek friends, and they were telling me about how good the system is here, and not for the rich people, even for the common person. So it's amazing. I think there's a lot that can be done.
What's your area of concern?
Sorry?
What's your area of concern?
What's my area of concern? I pointed one up in my opening remarks, visas.
Visas.
Now, one of the biggest concerns at the macro level, if I may, is the fact that Greece, being part of EU, has to comply with EU regulations. So if you want to go to trade and have a FTA, there cannot be any FTA between Greece and India. They cannot. It has to be between EU and India. And that will look after perhaps the interests of the larger economies first, because they have more power. Whether it's Germany, whether it's France. Okay, UK is now out. And UK is now working very seriously on India, UK, free trade, in fact, a comprehensive agreement on free trade, free services, free investment flows, and all that. Now, that is a limitation here. So that's a big problem, including getting visas. You have to comply to EU regulations.
Speaking of your tourist issue. Okay. Anybody else want to jump in? Opportunities
Maybe I will add
and
something.
concerns?
Like 50 years ago, 70 years ago, even 30 years ago, the rule was who owns the information can rule the world. Now, the situation is completely changed because a lot of information is available in public domains. Everybody practically can have access to this information through internet. And now the rule is who can analyze and process this information properly can rule the world. But the opportunities are that everybody can do this now. For that, you don't need to be like the superpower. You don't need to have a supercomputer. From your laptop through ChatGPT or other instruments like this, you can get the information of the whole world, you can analyze and you can get results. And here I feel that there is a great opportunity for everybody in this world, including very underdeveloped countries who will start using these instruments. They can easily and quite fast to reach a certain level of development, even maybe on the digital side. Now the concern is the unemployment. Because a lot of there is an industry with the people working there who are doing this, and now they can easily could be replaced by the AI instruments. And we already see it. I live in Geneva, in Switzerland. Now a lot of people are on the labor market because like big companies don't need anymore these analysts, these data specialists, and so on and so on. You can easily replace. And that's why here, but on the other side, there is a demand. Maybe now I call it the special profession called operator of ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT given a lot of opportunity, the question is how you use it. And then there are plenty of different tricks and possibilities, and now you need to learn how to use the ChatGPT.
True.
That's why the new profession at least now created. And it's always the balance between the opportunities and challenges and problems. But I think it's going to the positive way. Now everybody will be equal with the possibilities and opportunities. How they use this is their problem, their own decision. It's on the government level, on the private level, on the corporate level, no matter.
I mean, it's an exciting time, right? With this technology, I mean, it's democratized and given opportunity to countries and people and entrepreneurs and access to data that you never would have had access to before, right? So it is fascinating.
Some people use it the wrong way because, like, North Korean guys, hackers, sitting and stealing money from all over the world, for example. They're using their own way, but a lot of, well, majority of people will use it for the right, for the right goals.
Yeah, and I mean, and it enhances in communication because I've got a client that I work with, and they do a lot of work overseas and in different languages, and it has actually stopped. It's helped in miscommunication. It's helped in how they can talk to each other, right, and how they correspond with each other, and it's been amazing to see.
Maybe one more comment. There is a profession of entrepreneurs, because I'm often on the UN meetings, conferences, and so on. And actually, the interpreters, they are king of the process. And they did their own translation, everybody lost. And then nobody can check, and then like the whole UN infrastructure depended on the small group of people who are interpreters. And now with AI, you can easily digitalize it. And then I have in my bag, not here in the room, the device with 40 languages.
Yep.
You can do instant translation. You give the headphones to...
You can talk to each other now.
You can talk, yeah, with 3 seconds delay. And that's why here, I think it's again available to everybody. You don't need to pay money to bring with you interpreter. If you are going, I don't know, to South Africa, you go to India, you go to Vietnam, you go to China, you can just travel with the device. That's again the opportunities. Everybody can do this. The cost is very low.
Yeah.
So.
You guys have thoughts? Me?
Opportunities and concerns.
I think the concern I would have is the state of humanity. We are probably in the 4th industrial revolution from the time coal engine was invented. Then we had telephone, electricity, and then of course software, and now we have the AI revolution. And with all these revolutions, we are still seeing humanity is disintegrating. As Preeti ji rightly said, now we're looking at a world war. And why is this integration happening? This integration happening is because our state, we are not focused on our inner world. We are constantly searching for solutions in the external world and thinking that somehow these solutions will also address our inner world. For me, there are 2 worlds, the inner world and the external world. The inner world needs equal importance and attention as we are giving to the external world. And this understanding that somehow my inner world is going to come to peace, will come to joy and happiness through the external is a very wrong understanding. So all of us, I think, have to take this inner journey to find that peace, and both the Greek civilization and the Indian civilization, the great philosophers from here and in India have contributed massive amount of knowledge and wisdom to the world in trying to find that joy, that happiness through teachings, through virtues, through values. And the Indian sages, I would say, have gone beyond virtues and values to actually addressing the question, who am I? You know, where did I come from and what is my true nature? And fortunately, they found the answer that I am one. I am one with this universe. And my true nature is oneness. So they had these powerful mystical experiences, and they found that this division and separation that is created by this illusory self is the real problem. And once we can transcend that, then we have found the solution. So I think we should take these great teachings, and as we are so focused as leaders on the external, we should also bring a lot of attention to the inner world and transform our state from being this self-centric me and mine state to the other-centric we state, which is a oneness state. I see if that doesn't happen, whatever changes we might have in the external world, you know, I think our state is deteriorating. That's why we see divorces are on the rise, addictions are on the rise, drug abuse is on the rise, you know, all abuses are on the rise, and people are again and again moving towards a lot of addictions to find solutions for joy and happiness. And people getting into these addiction centers are on the rise. So that is why it is very important that who are we as human beings? It is our inner experience. That is who we are. And we have great minds to invent great things. That's fantastic. I think we will continue to invent. And we will probably ultimately solve the solution of health issues, financial issues, political issues. I think each and every department we will try to solve. But if we reflect back, we are disintegrating as human beings. You know, families are disintegrating. Everything's disintegrating. How do we solve that? You know, today, when my grandfather was alive, he didn't have Facebook, Instagram, nothing. Today we have everything, but why do we get into wars? While we can talk to each other and actually solve the problem.
Let me ask you about that, because
yes.
I think that's you're bringing something up, and it's not political.
Yes.
But we don't know how to talk to each other.
Yes. Yes.
How do we solve that?
One of the shifts that I was talking about is the ego-driven self, you know. So unfortunately, we are our past. And our past is our life from the day we are born till today. And there are a lot of wounds within us. And as leaders, just because they're leaders doesn't mean that they're not human beings. They're also human beings, and they have been wounded in their childhood. They've been wounded from their past. And today science tells us these wounds are also carried forward through 3 generations. So if your great-grandfather is wounded, you carry that information in your cell as epigenetic information. So you are just not this person who has gone to school, college, and learned this knowledge and wisdom, but you're far beyond this. That is why a spiritual transformation journey is very important. So the leader has to heal. And only when a healing happens can a connection happen, can true love arise and true peace arise in that person. So if that can happen, which means ego should be gone, pleasure should be gone, comparison should be gone. These things one has to heal from. If you heal from these things, then you become a oneness leader. Your state is changed. And when your state is changed, then you're not going after ideals or beliefs. Today, unfortunately, in our society, we have a lot of ideals and a lot of structures that we want to follow, the frameworks. But believe me, every framework is only to be broken. We don't follow frameworks because who we are is our inner experience. That needs to change. And if we can change that, I think everyone can sit across and talk. If 2 leaders, transcend their hurts, transcend their comparison, and transcend their ego, definitely I think they'll be able to speak to each other and connect with the people of their country, connect with human beings, and understand that this war is really not going to help anyone. There are 100 ways in which this can be solved, and that can be just through pure dialogue. But that dialogue can only happen when your state has changed, when your inner state has changed. Otherwise, it will be dialogue after dialogue because the state has not changed. You're going back to the same place. Am I right? Are you wrong? You should not have done this. I should not have done this. And then the dialogue actually enters in finding out more reasons to fight and separate, So if a dialogue has to change, your inner state has to change.
Preeti, what are you excited about? What do you see as the big opportunity, and what do you see as the concern?
I think the great opportunity is really realizing how similar we all are rather than how different, and it's specifically how close the Greek people and the Indian people are. I mean, you have your big fat Greek weddings, we have our big fat Indian weddings. And I think it'll be fun one day when we have Indian weddings in Greece, Greek weddings in India. And I think it's starting to happen already, and tourism, really connecting with people at large and realizing. I think the unique thing about India and Greece is the civilizational connect. Both have this 3,000 plus year civilizational history. And when you have that in your DNA, I think your whole worldview is very different. And you're inclusive, you're holistic, you're syncretic, you see yourself in each other. And I see that in both. Like, I feel at home when I come here. And I really think that Greece should be the hottest destination for Indians. And hopefully the visa situation, the airlines situation will make that much easier because I think Indians are dying to come to Greece, and really they would love it here. I actually would just want to quote the Honorable Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who said in India recently that the Hindu scripture Vaisudev Kutumbakam, which translates to the entire world is one family, how relevant that is. And also the Sanskrit wisdom is loud and true today as it ever was. And he follows that on by saying that ancient civilizations like Greece and India, of course, have always had dialogue and discussion and a cross-fertilization of ideas. And we must continue that. I think that's missing in today's discourse. But also the unique twist is that we don't just have AI today. We don't just have artificial intelligence. Greece and India also have another kind of AI, ancestral intelligence, which is, again, that 1,000-year-old civilizational intelligence that we have. I think there is so much for the world to learn, especially in these divided times. I think they have not been leveraged. They should be for the greater good, actually, of the world. And I think that's exciting. How do we spiritually rise and use our knowledge and ancient wisdom to actually make the world a better place? I think both the countries can do it. Concern, I think Greece should have the confidence to have independent, bilateral, relationships, projects with India beyond the EU. I think it is a power center enough to sort of do its own thing. I think it's high time it sort of steps up to the plate. It can. And I think the world is waiting for that. I think India is waiting for that. I think we're going to thrive in a world when people will have. We are truly in a multipolar world here. So I think it's high time that people really interact with each other rather than just think that it's just one power, or for a long time it was bipolar. And I think neither of those is the case today. So those are the concerns and opportunities.
Thank you. So we've got about 7 or 8 more minutes. I would like to have a question from the audience, but if you can ask it quickly and give our panel a chance to answer, that would be great. Any questions? No?
Mike.
Somebody step up if you have a question for the panel. Yes.
So I think my question for the Krishna. I just take the mic.
Take the mic here. Yes.
So my question is to the Krishna ji, how do you relate the spirituality theory or the journey of Greece and India as a historical perspective?
Yes, I think as I was saying, there are two worlds, the inner world and the outer world. We as human beings, be it Greece or India, we are very focused on the outer world, and today's generation is very, very much focused on the outer world, and we are forgetting the core of our inner world, and the strength comes from our inner world. So as human beings, if you start seeing, we are becoming weaker and weaker, our mental strength, our mental stamina, because of the stress and the anxiety about our future, internally we are becoming weaker human beings. So we have to have that spiritual or transformational journey where we can learn to find many problems, many solutions to our problems in the inner world. That inner journey has to take place. Only then, whatever you're doing externally will start making sense to you. Your relationships, your business, your leadership, whatever you're doing will start making sense when your inner world heals and when you're connected. Unfortunately, it's the other way around now, where we are thinking we'll find something that will ultimately give me that fulfillment and peace, which is not happening. So if that's true, then the leaders of the world, celebrities, must be the most happiest people, which we see are not, which is not the case. So I think India and Greece have played an important role. Aristotle, Socrates, they have talked about happiness and fulfillment as being one of the key things in Greece. But India went beyond that to enlightenment, where they actually discovered that, we are one with everything. So that's the greatest contribution India has made. I think if that can be spoken about, taken to the world, and both the worlds can be addressed, it will be a great solution for humanity. Otherwise, we will be growing in the external, but degenerating within. And that is why we are seeing so many problems with all the technology we have in our hand because of our inner state. Yeah.
My next question would be to the call sir and power sir.
Yes.
I think because you have mentioned a very nice thing that we should have a direct flight because it's the shortest journey from Delhi to one of the destination in Europe. Because most of the thing that I've seen that people go to Dubai because there's a 3.5 and 4 hours in the flight. And for Greece and Athens, if I say if they would have been a direct, I think 5 and 5.5 maximum. So what was lacking for not having this direct flight for a very long time? And there were economic reasons for a reason that how many number of passengers, and there's a lot of mathematics that the airline industry do. But what is the historically wrong that have been done and can be redone now for the future?
You want me to take it?
Yes.
That to me? Yes. See, the thing is, today, if there was a direct flight, it would actually be about 6 hours, 45 minutes. You said around 7, so that's good, right? But the problem is that the traffic, people movement between India and Greece and vice versa has never been very large. For the simple fact that Indians, till very recently, didn't have the money power to travel. So this 20 billion that we are going to spend this year as Indians, just to give you an example, last year it was 17 billion US. And before that, it was, maybe much less. And then for, 2 years there was COVID, so there was no travel. So I think now is the opportune time to look at these aspects. Also, now I know as far as the Greek side go, they are acquiring some of the A350s, which will be able to take you non-stop. Because the smaller aircrafts, they can take you about 4 hours. So you have to stop somewhere in between to refuel and carry on. So that was the thing. But what is most important is we need to have a catalyst, whether the catalyst is the government, whether it is the travel agents, whether it's a combination of travel agents and the hotel chains. They have to market to each other. I mean, the tour agents, we see so many ads during our holiday season in India, lots of them, saying, go here, go there, here. And they have, very attractive packages. That's because they have the connectivity with the hotels and airlines, and they can give those good packages. That has not happened with Greece as yet, unfortunately. But the time is right now, I think.
There's an evolving middle class now that can travel.
Yes,
right.
I mean, I think the ability for Indians to travel is about 100 million people, right? Okay, we have 1.4 billion, we have 400 million very poor people, but we have 100 million people who can afford to travel. That's bigger. That's 10 times the size of Greece, just to give you an example.
Right.
So there is a huge amount of travel, and I think for reasons that Preeti has mentioned and perhaps many of us have touched, there is that connect, cultural connect, and curiosity, if I may use that word, to come to Greece.
Right. It should be a target market. I mean, that ability to travel, that's probably more people than Europe combined.
So it's a question of the marketing aspect and getting the cultural togetherness, etc. Another area, if I may just respond or interrupt or add on, is, we do not have enough student exchange programs between the universities. That is something which does not cost anybody anything because the students pay for it. They travel low and universities have places to stay, colleges, both places. And that is something which I think is a very important connect that is possible. I've seen this with South Korea, who I was involved with wearing another hat. And with South Korea and India, over the last 20-25 years, there's been a huge improvement through student exchange programs.
Yeah, that's massive. And if there are any entrepreneurs out there, he just gave you he just gave you a business to focus on.
There's a lady there.
Yes.
So, so this question is not about business, but I was just wondering when, especially we have with us Mr. Krishnaji here, and I was listening to you about how to have dialogues and overcome ego, self-ego. So I'm just thinking across the world, in many parts of India as well, and in this region also, there are, wars and difficulties to come to conciliation is not happening. It's a stalemate. We talk about business leaders, we talk about political leaders to take the first stance of solving this world problems. But is it not the time now to also ask spiritual leaders to come together and have a dialogue, start a dialogue? And my suggestion is because I feel at least the spiritual leaders have more control over themselves, or they are practicing to have control over themselves. They can maybe initiate dialogue. So I'm just focusing that if not becoming, hopeless, we can become hopeful to think that dialogue can bring in change. And I'm just asking this to you, that is it something that you people are, in the spiritual fraternity, this kind of thinking is starting to come up or not? Or
Definitely.
You feel, no, it's not. We are all separate and we can do our own bit.
No. In fact, the root of our understanding is that we are one, and that this separation is caused by this mind which is conditioned to feel separate over many, many centuries, and we can transcend this conditioning. Yes, spiritual leaders, we are working at individual level, we are working at organizational level, but I think for us to be at the level of addressing wars, I think it should be a government initiative where we are also invited to come and give solutions. But if you look at ancient India, that is why it was so important that the kings always had a spiritual master who was advising them. So there was always a spiritual guru who was advising the kings, and the kings used to see the greatness of Indian philosopher is not only that the philosopher gave morals and values, but also worked on the leader's state. So before making any important decision, the guru or the teacher, guru means teacher, it's a Sanskrit word, the teacher made sure that the king's state is peaceful, that his state is calm, and that he is really making the right decision, not from a conflicted state, but from a beautiful state. That needs to happen today. And yes, we as spiritual leaders, we can contribute to that. But at that level, I think it should be an initiative from the government to ask us. And but in our own capacity, yes, we are present in over 50 countries. We work with business leaders, celebrities, political leaders, and our focus is to transform that state and tell people that you don't need to fight, not just as countries, but even within families, even as individuals, you don't need to fight. We don't need to raise our voice and become agitated, angry to solve a problem. There's a different way to solve that problem, and that way is to actually be peaceful and calm, and from that state, okay, get the problem and address it. See, we tell people that problem and stress are two different things. A problem need not cause you stress. A problem is a challenge. You need to find a solution to solve that problem. It's an external thing. You don't need to go over massive stress to solve that problem and make your ego so big that I have to solve this and it has to be my way. But that can only happen when that state changes. So yes, we are working with leaders to make that happen. But definitely, I think for many, many problems, the solution is a dialogue, and a dialogue from a beautiful inner state. That is the fundamental root. If that root is not being addressed, we're only addressing the branches and we're trimming it and we're trying to make the tree look more beautiful, while the soil is completely polluted and is full of poison. We are not seeing the fruits, and that's why humanity is going through more massive challenges and more massive challenges, because this inner state is deteriorating very fast.
And look, I would say that the government is not going to help this agenda. I mean, I think this has to come from leaders. This has to come from the people in this room. It has to come from you and I.
Yes.
And we have to want to live in that sort of state. And so I don't think government is the solution to that, but I think that maybe they play a role in some ways. But
absolutely.
But I think it's up to private industry and leaders to drive that.
It's a faster route, definitely.
That future, right?
Yes.
Right. So thank you so much for your participation today. Thank you for being involved. I'm going to turn it over to you for the final word.
Thank you very much, Rhett. I think it's been a great 2 days. We've had 250 people coming in and out of the various rooms, be there the sort of networking lunches and sessions, dinners. We've had 5 of them. We've had 5 ministers, including one from India. We've had 25 countries, and of course that includes Indians from US, Indians from UK, Indians from Singapore. Out of 1.4 billion people, Indians are kind of all over. But still, there are 25 different countries in terms of passports participating here. We've had 26 dialogue sessions, 26, that's a big number. They're kind of the specialized sessions dedicated to specific areas which have been covered in these 2 days. And of course, including our closing plenary, we've had 7 plenaries. Now, what have been the main takeaways from here, other than the old friendships which we've revived and the new friends we've made? Well, I think it's very clear that both India and Greece are poised for accelerated growth through partnerships. Second, the areas of these partnerships would include shipping and logistics, include IT, AI, data and analysts, and the startup ecosystems in both countries, tourism, Indian companies using Greece as a hub for not just the EU, but also the Middle East and Africa. I think that is one unique position that Greece is in. And I think this needs to be marketed both by the Greek government, and I think in India, the business people need to go out and spread that word, the chambers of commerce, etc. India is one of the world's largest growth engines. And just as a matter of interest, this year, we are going to contribute to 15% of the new growth globally, right? Of course, we are still less than the US and a little less than China, but we are the number 3 in the world in terms of taking this. And we are moving forward. We are moving forward. We are moving forward rapidly. And finally, Greece is the fastest growing economy in Europe. So when you put these two together, I mean, we have the framework ready for us, a framework which Frank has provided to, I think, all of us. And Frank, to you, you've already been thanked, but I must say you've done yet again another outstanding job. It's his 16th India meeting. So just stand up, Frank. Just stand up. And back to you.
Well, thank you, and have a great evening, a great trip home, but we have a meal to eat, and so let's go do that, and let's go break bread together.
Don't forget a good Greek wine to drink.
Yes.
Lots of it. I would like to thank Frank again and all your team for putting up this beautiful event, and it's definitely moving towards oneness and other-centric thinking. Thank you so much, Frank.
Now, I want the crowd involved for a second because I want to take a selfie with everybody from this way.
Okay.
Frank, you got to come up. You got to come up, Frank, and you got to come and get in the picture.
How are you? Oh, you're going to do it this way.
Let's see if we have long enough arms here.
You want to do it?
I got everybody.
Come.
Oh, it's okay.
You guys come on. Get into celebration.
I think, yes, please.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Nice.
Great. Wonderful. What a wonderful panel.
Wonderful.
Lovely